This conference will now be recorded.
Orford City Council at 5:34. Gotta bring my glasses. Uh, okay, so one addition to the agenda because I missed an email will be Gordon Clay. It was right on the tip of my tongue. He's going to do a presentation, and there is a proclamation in front of us, which I know, or if you remember, a few years ago, the council had kind of disembarked from proclamations, but this one is kind of a different nature. So I just want to throw that out there. Gordon, let me call roll call real quick. Councilor Velisis,
Here.
Councilor Webb,
Present.
Councilor Tidy,
Present.
Councilor Burns,
Present.
Councilor Pogwitz.
Here.
Mayor Cox is here, Council Kudlak, and City Administrator Huddle. And we're going to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance now. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I don't know why the cadence of the Pledge of Allegiance is so different here than anywhere else. I always get off. All right.
Just make up for lost time.
Call to order. Roll call. Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, I actually did that in order then. All right, Gordon, come on up. Sorry I missed that email.
My name is Gordon Clay, for the record, from Brookings, Oregon. Trigger warning. I'm here to talk about suicide. If it's too much for you, take care of yourself and leave the room. Let me start with national data that shows that 58% of men and 33% of women who die by suicide use a firearm, bringing the average to just over 50% of total suicides. 78% of youth who die by suicide using a firearm found it in their home. The latest firearm data for Curry County is 2021, where 72% of the deaths by suicide were by a handgun, well over 50%. And 50% of those were women. We lost as many women to suicide by firearm in 2021 as Washington County, 600,000 people. And if I include Clackamas and Deschutes and put them together at about 600,000 people, we match them. We've got an issue. Lane County had the most, followed by Marion, then Douglas and Jackson were tied, and Multnomah was third, and Lynn was sixth. So that, and over half of the counties in Oregon did not lose one woman to suicide with a handgun or long gun. Suicide Awareness Prevention Council has produced this People Who Love Guns Love You brochure. And I've got it distributed at all the gun locations that I know in Curry County and the barrel manufacturer. And it's not about taking away guns. It's talking about gun safety. And we need to pay attention to gun safety. The number of people who died by suicide in the U.S. hit a record high of 49,000 last year, a 2.6% increase over the previous year at a rate of 14.9 per 100,000 in 2022, 5% higher than the previous record high of 14.2 per 100,000 in 2018. Curry County is the 27th largest county in the state, yet we continue to rank first, second, or fourth in suicides per 100,000. Curry County was at 23 per 100,000, nowhere well over the national average of 14.9, 26% higher than any of our neighbors like Josephine, and they were at 17 per 100,000, and Douglas and Coos were at 15 per 100,000. The council has distributed hundreds of copies of this brochure, which is for veterans. And it basically gives much of the same information, but in a different light because they do have some different warning signs. And then we've got the card that includes the text line and all of that. Also, we produced this, and I noticed back there you had the old brochure. I think I've got in the front of the house this brochure. Are You Okay? And it's been out since January of this year. It's at 154 locations in Curry County. And it is as of today, it's in 43 locations in Port Orford and Langlois. And anybody that wants to know those, actually there's 223 locations in Curry and Del Norte County. I've got that at zeroattempts.org/partners.html. I'm asking, Curry County lacks adequate behavioral health services. I hope you are totally aware of. I ask the Curry County citizens to pick up an Are You Okay brochure, learn what your neighbors, colleagues, church members, and especially family members are saying, doing, and what's going on in their lives, to recognize the signs of a potential crisis, and to learn how to help to reduce the crisis before county services get involved. After all, the services might not be available in time to help before the suicide happens. In 1995, I converted an RV into a bookmobile on men's issues, carrying 1,000 books through 26 states, 30,000 miles, and over a 4.5-year period. I went to cities that are small, don't have a bookstore or a library. And I talked to thousands of men, mostly dairymen, farmers, the ones that work 18 hours a day. And the number one issue that they have is suicide. But they don't do it because if they've got a family, they've got a big responsibility to that family. The second thing I'd ask them is, do you have a firearm? And most of them did. And I asked how many of them got it for protection of home invasion. And about 60% said that. And I asked how many and where is it located do you have if you have a loaded firearm in the household. About 30% said yes. And most of those were in the bedroom. It is an incredible, and then I asked, how many times have you used it to protect your home from a home invasion? 4.5 years, and I continue to ask that. And I was just up in La Grande last Thursday and Friday asking that question. Zero. With 78% of the children that die by firearm, by suicide, that is one heck of a thing to risk. I'm just encouraging, we've got to protect our household. It's a trade-off. The firearms companies has sold the thing about full home invasion for ages. The people that I talk to, and I don't discriminate, and I'm almost all rural, said it's never happened. And yet the kids are finding the firearm and they're using it, and it's getting worse if you've read the papers on what's happening with our kids right now. And particularly in really low with your behavioral health services, having difficulty here in keeping up with the number of people. I really encourage you to encourage your citizens to become aware. We are living in a time of ignorance, and they don't know how to help. They don't know the signs, and yet we've got those available at many locations here and throughout the county with this brochure. And I hope you encourage them. And one of the things that I see about a city council is not just to approve transient taxes and how many locations you're going to have and all that kind of stuff. It's to support your citizens in becoming economically strong and the community economically strong and behavioral and mental health thriving. And we need to get back to that place where people are aware. We replace what behavioral health and law enforcement isn't doing or has problems with, and do it ourselves and take care of our family, take care of our friends, our colleagues, our neighbors. So I've lost 3 people in the last 2 months in Curry County, and 2 of them were very involved in suicide prevention and nursing, things we need in this county. And they're no longer with us. And a young man from Gold Beach. One piece here. I want to thank the family of that young man because they allowed Matt to put it in the newspaper so that he can use the information he knows about how to deal with something like that, not to amplify it, not to tell where it was, what it was, but to use that to tell the community, here are resources so that we don't have contagion. And that happens oftentimes, and contagion is somebody else triggers off of that and uses that to end their life. Let's keep, we used to be higher than 24,000 people in Curry County. We're struggling to get 23,700. And I hope that we as 3 different communities and Agnes, and I've worked with Agnes too, really take this on and make Curry County a safe county to live in, retire in, and die by natural causes.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Are you gonna leave those back here? Are those for us?
They're there.
Okay.
Oh, well,
All of the new ones?
the Are You Okay is. I am, actually, I can leave the ACE brochure. This is my last packet of these, and I've got a grant out to get more of those because that is something that if we really, I know where the secret target range is. I've known it for years because I've got guns, and I would hope that somebody involved with that would take or allow me to put in a realtor box with both the Are You Okay brochure and the People Who Love Guns Love You. Because it's true, we love you. We're not trying to take away guns. We're just making fire safe. safe storage in a place, and I'm working in the state legislature. We worked this last session to get a safe storage law in. And Mom Against Guns opposed it, and we're working with it now to put it in short session. But to make it possible for anybody to turn over their guns to a safe storage place, maybe the sheriff, maybe the county, maybe a friend, and the problem is turning it over to a friend that doesn't have an FSC classification. And we're separating those two, but we need safe storage. And I put that out to Lipsick at their last meeting. Let's get safe storage in this place so somebody that's in trouble can turn the guns and the ammo over and get them back when they want it. But if we can delay an attempted suicide by 20 minutes, we've got a good chance of changing it. Because there's a trigger in there. I want to kill myself. I was there. I want to kill myself. If I had a gun, I wouldn't be here today. And if I had, it took me about 20 minutes too, but the number is, if we can save somebody from acting on it in 20 minutes, the chance we've got the window that they'll come down and get it, understand it, and not die by suicide.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our consent calendar. We have an appointment to Parks as well as the grant for code changes with our zoning and building. I don't want to necessarily pull anything out, but we don't have any rules on the composition of the Parks Commission and people in the urban growth boundary, do we? Like on planning, you can only have one or two. There's nothing like that
It was
for.
what in the urban growth boundaries?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I
I
don't.
think they're all city
planning's a state
electors.
law. Planning's a
Well,
state
they're
law.
not city electors if they live outside the city.
Yeah. So,
Right, no, I don't know if there is a restriction on the Parks Commission, but,
I don't think there is state.
Okay, cool. I just,
Statewide.
you know me.
I usually try to bring that book with me, but I don't have it tonight.
State law is what dictates the
Composition.
composition in.
Oh, and that's why it's particular for planning, because, okay.
That's right. Shayla,
Yeah,
Is that
I don't, we've looked at this issue before and I don't recall there being a limit on your commissions.
not on other
Cool.
questions.
No.
Right.
All right.
But there is,
I didn't.
There is on the planning
and
commission.
it's state,
Yes.
it's a state law, right?
All right, my
Saying
negative
last week
Nancy
we were-
moment's over. I
last
guess
week-
I would entertain a motion to
Haven't-
accept the consent calendar.
I make a motion to,
So
I
moved.
second.
All right, so we have a first and second. Any more discussion on that other than my preemptive discussion?
I would just say last meeting, we were having this huge discussion about residences having to do with the emergency commission. So I don't know why we were having a huge dispute about that, but now we're saying it's not really important except for the planning commission. So I don't understand, but
Oh, right. That's, yeah.
I thought we did, but I guess I'm mistaken.
Is this applicant a resident of the city of Port Orford?
They live on,
Knapp Road.
they live on that road. And I hate to do this because we need all the volunteers we can get. I just, we don't really have people picking at the rules like we used to too, so it might not be as.
Is that,
No, and I'm not talking about anything other than the rule of it. Like, no opinions, nothing other than double checking. But we just were told it's fine, so.
there's board members oftentimes that don't vote.
Right.
And that could be an option, just to consider. They're in on discussions, they're able to bring information and thoughts to the table, but you call that, I can't think of the name of those members of, can't think of the name of it, but there's a name.
It's a non-voting member.
Yeah, non-voting, yeah. Is that what it is? Maybe that's it. That's simple. No
I think
wonder.
it's called mayor.
okay, I just looked it up and there is nothing in there, and except for that there's no more than one person who's on city council.
Okay, perfect. And that kind of ultimately with most of the committees, we're going to make the final decision on it. So It does change the nature of it. Okay, I wasted some more time. We have a first and a second. Any other discussion on that?
Can you clarify the motion for me, please?
Counselor Tidy moved to accept the consent calendar, and that's about it. And then
I seconded it.
Counselor Velisis seconded it. Okay, hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. Counselor Rask?
Yes.
Counselor Burns?
Yes.
Counselor Tidy?
Yes.
Counselor Velisis?
Yes.
And Counselor Pogwitz?
Jim, yes.
Oh, Counselor Webb.
Webb, no.
Okay. Additions to the agenda, I already did that.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be asking under new business, the sheriff dispatch agreement came in. It's a renewal essentially of the last year's dispatch agreement. It's budgeted and the amount is 32,000, which is above my authority. So it's going to have to be a council motion to approve. So if we could add that to new business. Yep. Thank you.
How big of a document? I mean, is that the size of the full document?
Yes.
And we have to accept this tonight?
It's a renewal of last year's and it expired on 6/30/2023.
Okay. No, I'm only asking because I hate accepting documents without seeing it.
It is in the budget though.
Yeah, but it's a contract.
I don't understand why they couldn't get us that contract earlier.
Yeah, like before it expired.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it seems like it's not a big deal, but we're being asked to prove something we can't even look at.
Well, we can put it on the next month's agenda if you want.
Well, it's just that it seems like to me, the county, they know that they've got a contract coming due. They get it to us at least 30 days in advance.
They did have a major.
That's what I was going to say.
They just got, I mean, I got an email from their tech guy this morning and
No,
they're finally back online for the most part, but they really took a hard hit.
okay.
I mean, I'm just saying.
If you guys want to add it, I'll go along with it. But
Well,
if it's the same as last year,
Is it the same?
It is. It's just they have a 3% a year, increase clause built into the agreement, and it's the same thing with a 3% increase, and it's budgeted.
The only reason I'm interested is because is there any basis on the amount of calls that we do? I remember that discussion last time.
Paid by the call.
That's what I
But
mean,
it's
like
not
that, that's the important part. I guess, so let's just put this on the agenda and talk about it. Maybe it's not like we have to accept anything.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry,
That's all I had.
I get lost in
I don't think so.
conversation. All right, so that's our addition to the agenda. Counselors, anything else?
I thought we were debating it.
Yeah. Well, nah, the mayor's just like, now we'll put it on there. We're talking about it anyways. So we're gonna move on to number 5, citizen concerns. We got a list back there.
would you like me to check it out?
No, I think if anybody was gonna come forward, that it's not crowded enough, we could. And is there anyone online at all that may like to?
Jen Bailey is online, but I don't see her. Jen, can you hear us? Jen, are you muted?
Yeah, I'm just listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to departmental reports, beginning with admin.
Admin reports. Thank you very much. Mayor, City Council. First of all, I just want to say thank you for hiring me. I've had a really good time working here. Today was extremely fun. At 11 o'clock, City of Port Orford and me and Ann and who else was here?
Gary and Perry.
Gary and Perry, you're correct. We hosted the small cities section of the League of Oregon Cities, and we heard from the League of Oregon Cities lobbyist and legislative liaison, and they gave us a summary of the state legislative action. And one of the things I learned was that there are pilot programs in one county, and I think it's city of Coos Bay, north of us, is doing a pilot program on some homeless treatment center at a city level. And so that's kind of a experiment. And then there was also a discussion of, I want to say Senate Bill 110 or something, or some
Measure 110.
Measure 110. And it was alarming to me. I came out of retirement, but apparently, and I don't know if correlation equals causation, but they said since the adoption of that, overdose deaths from drugs that were formerly illegal have skyrocketed in the multiple hundreds of thousands of percentages or something like that. So did I say hundreds of thousands of percentages? Sorry, hundreds of percentages. But anyway, those are the two things that I learned. And then after that, I had to run off to a meeting at Bandon where I couldn't tell people where I was going because the governor was going to be there. And I met with the governor and her staff and people from Wild Rivers Coast Alliance. And Wild Rivers Coast Alliance, it was a chance for them to talk about what they've been doing for the community. Wild Rivers Coast Alliance is very involved in the fire training station down in, I guess it's a Euchre Creek area. And when it came time for me to talk, I said, I'm new and I didn't hear you list any projects in Port Orford. And they said, yeah, we know, we want to do something with you guys. So they could be a source of some funds for us. So that was a really fun meeting to be in. I have been in touch with Neighbor to Neighbor and our insurance company over the provision of services to the unhoused population in our town on our city property. And our insurance company definitely recommends insurance. And I've talked to Neighbor about that. And there's been a few kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but just really kind of technical details. For instance, they had a permit to use the right of way for a porta potty and a dumpster, and that permit was filled out by Lauren. And I said, Lauren, sorry, I'm trying, his last name is, yes, Kessler, thank you so much. And I said, Lauren, I thought it was Neighbor to Neighbor. And he says, well, we don't have and anyway, Neighbor to Neighbor is in flux, I think, right now. So I
think that needs to be talked about.
Good. I'll be, maybe we can do that. So good. Thank you. And we will do that. And then at your places, you should see a document that looks like this. So if you remember, we had no TLT committee. And so the grants came directly to the city council. And in here is a copy of the Raised Food Place Landscaping Grant. And then there is a copy of the city council resolution approving the grants. And I gave a blank one, but there was in the minutes, it talks about 3,000 for bike racks, 10,000 for Jubilee, and 2,000 for Raise, with the addendum of adding a contingency cash match on the landscaping project. That's in the minutes. And then you can see, oddly, the resolution at the end that was signed was 1,800 contingent on funding match by end of year. And then this came across my desk for Port Orford Main Street to be paid 1,300. And so I wasn't sure, what the amount of the grant was. And I initially approved it, and I just wanted the council to say, yes, this is the will of the council. And if that's the case, and that can be by motion or consensus, apparently it is. Yep, but it does differ. And so I just want to make sure everyone's on board and transparency and all that stuff.
Thank you.
It just might.
Okay, so can I get a quick consensus on it being okay to pay less for that TLT project?
And was the contingency that was they made it? Okay, they got it. Okay, thank you. Yes, so they got it. Yes.
Okay, so I heard no nays.
When you say they got the cash match, I don't know if there's, this piece of paper was what I got, and I'm not sure if there was evidence of a cash match or any supporting documentation. There's one piece sheet asking, for $1,300 TLT for Raised Landscaping. And so
Management approved that.
okay, and I I appreciate that. This is what I have. And so I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of what's happening, and whatever the will of the council, if that's consensus, we can do that.
We willed it.
Okay, good.
It's
Thank
been
you so
willed.
much.
That's the big piece of the puzzle for me though, is that because I was like, oh God, there's something with the match money, and is that about right? So thanks for that.
Yep, good.
All righty.
Um,
Oh, time out. Let the record show that Councilor Rask has been here for most of the meeting. I didn't, when she came in, I roll call type thing.
so the other thing going on,
Just
Yep.
for the record.
good. The other thing going on is we have a policy of irrigation credits, that we get irrigation credits on sewer bills. And this, is that coming from our audio video, or is that external?
It sounds good.
Good.
A low battery and a
It's
loose
a
belt.
car. Good. Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure what that was. So the irrigation credits, if you're basically, your sewer rates are based on your water use, because the idea is the water going in your house goes into your sewer, and therefore we do that. But people are allowed to get meters on their garden hose, because the garden water doesn't go down your sewer, so it's not a sewer charge. And we recently had someone come in and ask for a 3-year look back credit on, because they hadn't turned in the request for a credit for 3 years. And then the question was, can we pay this? And I said, I don't know. And then I said, what's the policy? And apparently we actually could not find any written policy on sewer credit for garden metered hose use. And so, I think our rates and all our rate policies are set by the city council. So I would like consensus to be able to look back, but then the question is, which rate do we use over those 3 years? Maybe we look at what the rate was every year. However, we could apply some common sense, but I would also prefer that we actually have a written policy or something in our rate structure that says what that is, because I don't know that cities should operate on past practices and verbal thumbs up and all that stuff. So if the board agrees, I will credit this person for the sewer, and we'll go every year. We'll only give them per the amount. I see John Isidore raising his hand. And then I think staff would come back to the city council with some form of policy, but I will turn it over to John Isidore.
Just real quick, from what I've learned is, one, the meter has to be one of ours so that it's certified and true. And two, Patty told me, in fact, just recently, that they had to turn it in prior to the end of the year. And we've turned, I think, 3 but there is no written policy that we can find. And then I did talk with Brookings. Yeah, I think it was Gary Millman, and they have never heard of like cashback credit, like irrigation meters. So,
But it's not cashback. It's not charging them for sewer that they don't
right.
use.
But like one instance was, one person didn't even use her normal total base rate, but was going to get a substantial credit. So there's some issues with the way it's being done.
But I guess for this conversation, yes, we could get a consensus, or at least a majority of, yeah, we need a policy. We should probably have staff.
Yeah,
write that.
yes, and I agree. And I would also, though, like to say that, John, I think it would be great to give that person a credit, and also recognize that the past 3 years have been a really weird time with COVID, and the office was closed, and Patty retired, and maybe Patty, I mean, I'm in this situation. She told me something 10 years ago. Am I really going to remember it? So if we don't have policy, it just seems like maybe there should be a little bit of a grace period, and then say, okay, now we're going to do it from here on.
Nice.
That's what I would think would be a good way to
And
go.
I would go with the low rate, like the 3-year ago rate, and not
Yeah.
burn staff time to calculate that big old long calculation.
I'm hoping it wouldn't be that much. I mean, right, how
It
many
probably
of these how many of these are there going to be? Like,
Well, and it's kind of one of those things where this is outside of the policy we don't have, so this is the best we can do. What was I going to say?
Okay, well, I feel like I got a consensus to go ahead and process that under our practices, and then I'll work with Public Works to develop a policy. But this is also the only place I've ever heard. I've worked at well, never mind. I've only worked at one other place, but still, I had not heard of this.
I think one of the reasons it's part of our community culture is that people garden here and like to be self-sufficient, and that's sort of part of it. But I can understand what John's saying, but I think that's why we have it.
Well, and as the mayor said, it makes sense. The water's not going down the sewer, so it's not a burden of our sewer, and we're not processing it. So what's the basis of our sewer charge? So, all makes sense. And if I'm understanding also the will of the council, you'd like us to actually make a policy of our existing practice and maybe put some sideboards on it. Like if you don't get it in a year, something like that.
Yeah,
We'll give you
that's a
choice
big
on
one,
what.
I
Needs to be some communication, I think, each year, like
Yeah.
announcement that it's this,
Okay.
this is
Well,
that you turn your
Can they not
meter
go
in.
back to water bills? Just say-
Yeah, like
But some people
October,
aren't gonna
it's
read that.
it's time.
but it's
your
like
thing in.
we're doing people a favor. They should have the due diligence to come in and bring those numbers themselves. We shouldn't burn staff time to necessitate someone getting a break, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But we
I
just
think
have to
if
be
we
clear
put in
about
the
it.
Paper
Right.
every
On
October.
our website or when we get Facebook rolling type of thing. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I think that's clear enough. So the other thing is, I wrote myself a note, says emails. We had server issues again. Email management, you folks are the ones who are responsible for managing your own email. You have to go in, you have to check, you have to delete it. It is a chore. I spend probably almost 2 hours a day email management. I take an email, I save it to my hard drive, I delete the email, and then I delete the deleted email. And it's an email. I think I've told people not to email me and all these kind of things, but you have to do email management because somehow this email program that we have takes up a lot of space on our server, and then it slows down a lot of our computer usage, access, all kinds of things. I don't know if Joseph, you want to add to that explanation. I can't get too technical. All I know is if you all are not managing your own emails, and I'm not going to, I hardly have time. No one even has time to manage their own email. We can't manage someone else's email. So it's something you're just going to have to do. I can try to shame you into this by giving you our high usage email people, all that kind of stuff, whatever you want to do. But really, you all have to get on those emails.
That
And then-
includes
John-
sent emails. Like I didn't even
Thank
think
you.
about
Yeah.
sent,
Yes.
and I had a whole hundreds of sent emails. that-
3,249 left for
I
me,
think
and I'm
we
done.
need some I think we might need some training on this because I tried to archive all mine, but I think I'm still an offender. So I think we might need some better direction. And there's also records law that we're supposed to be following. So I don't really understand what
That might be as easy as an email too. Like if Joseph or Andrew
Yes.
or whoever the tech person is, give us some bullet points on how to do that.
I don't know how to save something to my city email.
All right.
Exactly. Yeah, no. So if we get those,
I can show if anyone wants to come in and visit with me, I can show you in a few minutes how I do it. And
But you have a different computer than like everybody. Some people have iPads, some people.
oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Tim's had his hand raised politely.
Okay. So I've got a Google account that I've been doing business for 18 years and not deleting email messages. All I'm getting at is I've only got 860 messages in my city account. I don't consider that a lot
Are-
personally.
Mhm.
And I could tell you right now, you guys can just wipe it clean. Wipe it clean. I didn't do it. You guys did it. And I'm telling you right now, wipe it clean and I'll start over. And I'll just have you guys do that because I'm not going to spend 2 hours a day. I run a business. I'm busy. I don't have 2 hours a day to clear emails. Half the stuff we get is junk. I mean, junk.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a lot of junk. I'm getting a lot of things that are big documents
Yep.
You get the one from Marnie?
I don't.
No.
Well, again,
Interesting.
I'm hearing
What's
this.
that one about?
I'm hearing this from our server person, Janet at CompuTalk. So I'm just trying to help our servers and computer systems work, and it's a team effort.
But does 860 seem like a lot of emails?
I would like to
No.
see that because
I'm at 860 and you guys I keep getting warnings that I'm full.
Oh,
And I've
You looked
gone,
at your sent ones?
I've gone through and cleaned trash.
okay,
Anyway,
all right.
I've got emails that I consider important. I don't know if they are important according to the state of Oregon, but I do know at one time I lost every one of my emails around 2017 or 18, but okay.
You know what I do, Tim, is I have mine forwarded to a different account. And then from there, I have a file and I file it there. But I just realized that when I dumped it off of my other one, it didn't dump it off of this one. So.
Are we all
Which is
thinking
goofy.
backwards
I mean, I should have
though?
known that. Huh?
Like, wouldn't it be easier to put the pertinent emails in a file and then wipe it all clean if you could?
But
There's no place to
you
store
have to go into every single message.
Well, you can't put,
Delete it to trash, then you gotta go back into trash and delete it again. It's a
right.
completely linked.
How long does this?
Are the
But
emails
can't
not
you-
being stored on the server somewhere for public records
That's,
law?
that's,
I thought that's not the thing I'm so confused about,
Well,
right?
it would have to stay somewhere,
Yeah, it should stay somewhere on the server.
even in the trash. I mean, that's probably why it doesn't automatically dump the trash every 30 days.
Sure,
Trash
so-
is-
Trash.
So the
but I'm just talking functionally. I think you can just save emails, can't you, Joseph? But so feasibly, if you had 3,420, well, probably 35 emails now, and you just went through and picked the ones you wanted and put those in the file, could you just mass delete all the other junk after you did that?
Yeah, emails should have a select all function, so you can
Right.
select them all and then hit delete, and that delete them all. You can go in the trash, hit select all again, and then delete them all again.
Oh, really?
So you guys understand
I
the
don't know how to do
basic
that.
thing I'm trying to say of flipping. No, but flip it around. Don't worry about the emails you want to throw away. Pull the ones out that you want. Pull all the pertinent ones out, and then it'll probably save you like a half an hour of the 2 hours. Gotcha.
The sent ones are important because you go back to them.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
When you save them, you archive them into a PST file, and that takes them off that main email server.
Well, I would have
Okay.
had more than that probably, but somehow my whole account got wiped out. The city couldn't figure out
Back
what
to
happened.
what,
So we've identified a problem,
I mean,
and we need a little bit more staff support.
are we
And-
saving them or not? Are they being saved? That's the question is a serious question.
And are we
Right.
supposed to save them or
Super
is the
duper
city?
We are
saving them?
supposed to save them. That's the whole
Absolutely.
That's
point.
our responsibility, right?
That's
Well-
why I haven't.
I don't
But
know.
no, you're only supposed to, you don't have to save every single email. You just have to save the pertinent emails. They don't make you save every junk mail. And John had to
My
interject.
assumption has always been that whoever is handling this is handling this. And if it's an email to me on a city email address, that it's being saved somewhere by somebody. I don't save it. I mean, I never thought of it. I guess I did save them all accidentally, but.
Well, so the issue is, it's the email, when you say it's a city address, and I'm gonna start getting way over my head real quick because I'm not a tech guy. But what I think happens is the emails at a city address are on the city server, and they just keep adding up. And the server has limited space, like a file cabinet. Is again, bad analogy, maybe. Anyhow, and if you never take anything out of your file cabinet, then pretty soon you can't put anything else in your file cabinet. And what will happen is you won't be able to get emails and messages, or our server won't be able to accept emails and messages. I mean, again, this is the kind of stuff I think I'm hearing from Janet. Maybe we bring Janet in for a workshop on this. How about I do that? How about
That's good, but we're still missing the point here. Are
Mhm.
those emails supposed to be retained by the city somewhere? I don't care if it's a server, a cloud, a file cabinet.
Yes.
Shayla is saying, yes, every one of those emails should not be deleted.
Not everyone, you can delete. There are emails that you are allowed to, it's by subject matter. So different subject matter is retained for different times. So an email is not a subject matter, it's what's in the email is a subject matter. So you actually have to say, okay, what is this about? The general retention time is 2 years. So if you've got emails older than 2 years, you're not legally required to handle those. So, I mean, this is in general. There's categories, and I can give you the Secretary of State, archivist, record retention schedule for municipalities. I have it on my hard drive, but anyhow, the thing is that each of you has to do, it's like when you read and send an email, you need to do some things. But if you don't do anything, then yes, it will be saved on the city hard drive. But the problem is the city hard drive is getting filled up with emails that we don't have to keep. And so anyhow, that's an issue. I think I'm going to ask Janet to come in and have a workshop on this, because I don't think I'm doing a good enough job explaining it, but I'm happy to show any one of you how I'm doing it based on my understanding of our server capacity issues and the public records law. So I don't want to say anything more about that because we got a long meeting. There's two other things I wanted to talk about, please. One, I sent you an email on the BOEM, and then I guess it's another comment period. And what I had heard is from most people is Brett and Pat would be, if there's comments were already sent in by some people a long time ago when this last came up, and that if we want to dust those off and put a new date on them and send them in, we could do that. But
Just a
go
quick
ahead. Yep.
plug in for that. If you remember, what year? It was 2 years ago?
It was 18 months ago.
Yeah, 18 months ago. So, well, Brett's the port liaison. I'll go ahead and let him.
So there was originally 3 proposed call areas for offshore wind, north of us, right offshore, and south of us. And the Port of Port Orford passed a resolution in opposition of the call area off of Port Orford based on just numerous obvious things, and met with BOEM, and we were able to convince them that this was not the place. While we support green energy and renewables, we couldn't help but oppose it in this application, and they saw our way and removed that call area, which is, I don't mean to toot my own horn, honestly, but that's a big deal.
It's a
That's
huge,
huge, like huge,
biggest
especially.
deal, I think that.
I mean, we had governments above us supporting it
Mhm.
blindly. Excuse me, perhaps blindly.
Mhm.
But we did. We were able to do that. And I am of the thinking at this point, we just don't say a word. But that's just my thinking. I don't know,
I mean, it didn't even come up at Tuesday's meeting.
Well, I
so,
saw
mean,
their newest proposal is just.
Oh, but it came out on Wednesday.
It's just the two.
It's much south of here. It's south of Cape Sebastian, south to
Yeah,
the
it's Sebastian.
California border.
Isn't that going to put
And
pressure
north.
on our fishery?
So that's always the question that, as it works out, there's not a lot of fisheries that are going to be with these call areas on these maps that they have. It's not really going to be as bad as it could be. The problem that when you look at things like this is you can't just look at that call area. You got to think what's going to happen in 20 years, and the expansion, the potential for expansion. It's who knows what could happen. So you really just have to be really careful. And yeah, I think there's a potential for it, but also we're here and enjoying this small community because our weather is terrible. and I don't think that's going to change that much. It's a long ways from where these other guys want to be. I don't know. I don't know. We have bet that it's not going to happen. When I say we, I mean the Port Commission, not myself. And it was all unanimous with the port. So it wasn't, I can tell you that we were a little bit disappointed, and it was a bit of a motivation for me to come back to the city for a minute when I was educated about what happened here in these chambers regarding that matter. So it's, we think everything's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have 60 days to comment, so the council doesn't need to decide today, but if if that, we can revisit next meeting
So
if we want.
just quickly, what we would be able to do, and I think that it might be a problem for the industry, is we would be supporting the call areas that are laid out. And while we did that by resolution as a port, I don't know that being as that we achieved the goal, now we have to work with these people. And they are not happy. You know, we beat everybody to the party, you know, so.
And I gotta plug in President Ashdown, Aaron Ashdown. He did, like, he kept hammering on that for quite a while. I mean, everybody knew about it, but he stayed on it.
I could imagine within the coming month, there will be like coalitions of fishing communities or other communities who might have opinions about this that we may have, you know, they may ask us to sign on or not, or so we could spend some time learning more in the coming month.
It was
Well, the
pretty
port-
neat what the Port Commission
the
did.
port-
Like, they were so ahead of the ball game. Like, as soon as they got rid of that call area, it seemed like when all the heavy meetings started with the other areas.
When somebody tells you don't worry about it,
Yeah.
you better worry about it.
Mhm.
And when you got people coming in and telling you don't worry about this, it's not even gonna harm you, why do you even hear that?
Mhm.
So I love politics.
Or not.
Okay,
What else you got, John?
that was it. You know, when I first got here, you and Ann presented me with a 3-page list of, you know, desires for the council. And, you know, I didn't bring that in, but a lot of those were through like 2.5 pages almost. The hardest one is still our intake. And I tell you what, we've got a lot of resources, and we have got a lot of people working on that. So, but most of the other things, we're getting our housing code with the DLCD grant. We're, you know, we've getting the CDBG on the community building, you know, just all kinds of stuff. Oh, by the way, also, John Isidore did find the old plans from ODOT, and he gave me them. They're about as thick as a phone book.
Mhm.
But if any of you want to see those, I think it would, we don't need to discuss it here, but I have them in my office if you want to look at them. And so I just want to let you know about that. So really, that's all I have, Mr.
Having
Mayor.
been on the original, on the board at the time, on the commission, council at the time that we agreed to that, that is not what I envisioned. Those bump outs into the side streets like that is not what I envisioned, nor would I have ever agreed that the crosswalk at the end of town was a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a terrible.
I mean, like when everybody's speeding into
Yeah,
town.
it's terrible. We got one email from a pretty well-informed gentleman,
Yeah.
and but that's not even it. It doesn't serve anybody.
I think,
Who does it serve? The next block serves a whole bunch of people, including us.
well, at the time, we had a lot of foot traffic coming off Porterford Loop Road, and I think that was it, but I didn't think they were gonna build this. Well, everywhere they built, they've just overbuilt. I'm gonna use the word overbuilt. And it seems like the backs of those things are extended out, and I know why they're extended out. I think they're extended out for future sidewalks that shoot down those side streets, that's the only thing I can think.
They may,
How do you have 80-foot wide streets
I know.
and have a sidewalk that sticks out and makes the road I'm sorry, I came in.
I don't know that that's going to be the worst of it. I
Well,
think that's probably going to slow things down and it'll be helpful. But my major concern, honestly, if anything is going to be unsafe, it's going to be that crosswalk down there.
I watched 2 bicycles crash in the bump out so far.
The backside.
Yeah, I've watched.
See them, they're not marked or anything.
Well, no, they
I
blend
did
right
too.
into the road.
Should be painted.
Yeah.
John, you were going to, at the end of the last meeting, check into the liability of the city versus ODOT on these things. Did you get a chance to do that?
I did not.
It's their road. It's their
So
road.
are they doing Bandon, I just noticed when I went through, it looked like they were doing some of that construction there. Was that prior or they're doing it now? Does anybody know?
They're doing it now.
It looks like to me, theirs are way different.
Well, they don't
like
go
the
to-
way they should be. They blend in on the backside and they're not.
We
foot and a
were
half
not,
tall.
we were,
Well, and don't,
so first of all, we didn't get really a chance to okay or not okay. It was They were asking for our blessing, basically. And we tried to bargain with them, and we did. I think we did okay. But the bump outs, I never saw. But a bump out into the highway, it was never suggested a bump out into your side street. That was just never,
Correct.
never once did I
I
hear.
agree.
Yeah,
That wasn't talked about, nor was the fact that those bump outs come out so far. You know,
I don't mind them out into the highway personally. You know, I think into the highway is great. I mean, we're slowing down. We're going to lose money on tickets.
it's doing what it's
Just-
supposed to do.
It is, and I agree. I think that side street thing though could be, I don't know.
It's shortened egress to every one of our side roads.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it has.
So part of the talk at the time was about large vehicles, mostly fire trucks, making turns around those units. I'm here to tell you down here at Port Orford Loop Road, the RVs can't make that turn without going out into the other lane. And that creates an unsafe situation, in my opinion, because you've already got people that have been slowed down to 30 in town. They want to pick it up and get on down the road. So they're on top of those people while they're trying to make a turn. And you got to swing out real wide to make that turn into the other lane.
Well, I have the plans if you want to look at them
Absolutely.
and maybe we can invite ODOT in to a meeting. I'm sorry, I had one other thing. It was just an email I got today. I was invited on September 7th to go to the home of the chair of the League of Women Voters and talk about our water situation. And I'm not sure I'm the best person to do that. And I wouldn't want to do that without the board's consensus or something. And I'm not sure if I want to do that on September 7th, and I'm not sure why they've chosen that date or any of that stuff. So does anyone here know anyone on the League of Women Voters? Okay.
I do.
So had you heard of this request coming down the pike?
No.
Okay.
But they like to have speakers, so.
Okay, I see. All right. Well, I'm not even sure I'm the best person to talk about it, because I would speak in such broad generalities, it might not be helpful.
I wonder, John, if you could just tell them that we would know so much more in the spring.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just a thought.
I-
you know.
I
I'm-
could go do it later in the fall if you're interested, if would be amenable. Or,
That's-
I mean,
yeah.
since I've been doing a lot of research to
I
try
know
to
you
pull
have,
together
yeah.
the big picture view, and
Okay.
that I would actually like to share more with the council, but we haven't gotten to it yet.
Right. So is it
It'll change by then, yeah.
is it fair to tell her that, the city council is interested in having this discussed with them, but we're
We will
we're
send
not-
our council president.
we're
We will
Yeah,
send our
good.
council president.
all right, good. And then, but we're just not ready and maybe we need another different date or something. Okay,
Later the fall, later.
fair
in the
enough.
fall.
Good. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What did I do?
Well,
Oh, you mean for not letting me have it be a third alternate?
no,
or anything?
no,
I know a
for
little bit about the
adding,
water
for
system.
just adding on items to the city administrator report. Anyhow,
And so, but to go back to that list of stuff that John was referencing, like me and Ann sat in there this week and it was all the bullet points of when he first got here and 75% of it, all of it's been addressed and like 60% of it's done. And I do want to compliment you on your ability to coordinate these things and get all these people on the same page. It's huge. It's what's going to get us
well,
through the weeds. So
I got to
thank you,
tell
John.
you, Your Honor,
Those-
you and Council President have been great, and Greg and Gary, you've all been really good. Greg especially with the community building, and you and Ann with the water stuff, working with the state liaisons and stuff, and then Gary with the emergency people. So again, just been very, very, and the neighbor to neighbor. So very helpful and a lot of work to do. But again, I thank you guys for hiring me, and it's been really fun. I am a type of person who likes to accomplish things, so it's been helpful. And by the way, a lot of these things, you guys, were in the works, but they were just floundering. So there had been work done on them, but it seemed like they were just not quite. And it's just like, all you got to do is this, and this, and then it got done. But anyhow, thank you all for that. It's been
And just
fun.
to clarify, that was our priority list that we came up with in January.
Okay.
And so
Very good.
the priority list we all did. So that's very great.
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks.
John.
So finance is next, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of reports.
Oh, good. So I could just tell you, maybe that'll come up with David Johnson. I think if you see in his proposal, he says he will be giving the council the regular finance reports. And I think if you look, he says he'll give them to you individually and then present them. Well, I think he prefers not to present at a meeting, but they would be in a packet for review or something, and that he would entertain questions individually. He prefers not to attend the meetings and publicly speak, I think. So
Could it be because the meetings are sometimes 6 hours long?
I don't
or-
know if that's the reason. I think he just,
Just to let him go early.
yep, anyhow.
Okay, let's get going on this
Thanks,
then.
Mr. Mayor.
Finance is done. Public Works, John, what do you got? Stick to the high notes if you wouldn't mind.
List is in front of you. So.
Well, what do you want to pull out of there? No, thank you.
What did you say?
He put this on our desk as his list of.
What did he say though? What did you just say, John?
I said I didn't get you guys to the packet in time.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
These are the highlights of what we got done and what's pending. We're waiting on Reese for a bunch of stuff. Me and John worked through the contract for Arizona lift stations. She was getting that thing replaced, and so Cindy wasn't working on the EQ required permit. I'm gonna rebid the Coast Guard Hill pump station, because it's been like a year since we approved it and never, for some reason, never got to fruition. There was more involved. I don't remember what happened.
Electrical.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We had electrical store. We're gonna work on that. So the highest priority thing that's not on this list is Hubbard's Creek, reservoir pumps. So we've been through the system. We got the plant throttled back right now because we can't go over about 278 or so before we lose prime, or pull air, and then we lose pressure, and then we have no pressure. So we're kind of throttled back on incoming. We were usually around 300, and we worked our way completely through the whole from intake to the plant, all the pappers, pulled the intake, cleaned it, did the flapper valve, put it all back in. We get the truck sold on here. So basically, I think what's happening is our pumps are aging out, and we've got too much head and elevation rises through Gold Run Canyon, coming up out of Dee and out of the plant. There's over 150 from Reservoir to Mill Pond. So kind of get with the engineers and talk with the pump expert and see what we got to do. The pumps that are currently in there are rated 330 gallons per minute with 192 feet ahead. We're well over that just getting to Mill Road. So that's where we're at now. We're still producing water.
Oh, that's where it pulls apart. When it starts going over the hill and getting all that velocity and it's not pumping up on this side. Sorry, it just clicked in.
Yeah, I think it's running away from us.
Mhm.
And we've done the clay valves, we've done the pappers, we've been through that whole pipeline from start to finish.
So are we kind of like, why do another contact tank or another contact test until we get to where we could?
That's kind of what I was laughing about. I don't really need to do my tracer study right now.
Yeah, tracer study. That's what I was looking at.
Actually,
Yeah, because where are we? I mean, we're at like 290 or something right now, aren't we?
throttled back to 256.
No, I mean with the contact time. Were we? I mean, what's our okay to pump?
256.
Okay.
We're throttled back. They were running 310, 320 back in the day, and then Betsy came in from.
And that's okay. So
Yeah, no, right? Because they only had one tank in place.
right.
And then the second place they put in, and then we put in that 30K. So we got about 3 hours before we see an adjustment. So we know we got a lot of contact. We got
Mhm.
way too much contact. Not too much, but we have plenty to.
Yeah, let's not even talk about the contact.
But anyway, it's in place. And it needs- About the other half of the solution is, you actually got to get more than 350 to the plant to be able to run 350, and then what the capacity is the filters. So there's a lot of other things to think about in there that I'm digging into right now, because I can't find anywhere where it says what that plant will run max.
Yeah, and that old pipeline will love going from 250 to 350.
But in a positive note, I got through the pile of stuff in there, and Joseph helped us. We found a set of the new raw water line installed in 1983 from DD Station down to the plant.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it actually shows where they cut it, where they moved it over.
So we're gonna go up there next week.
We got a ways to go.
All right.
We gotta cut it in. We gotta have pumps. We gotta be able to get to water. So I gotta figure that whole out. I gotta figure that out.
So we're gonna go up there next week? Okay,
If I can
all
keep
right.
the water lines from breaking, as you can see, we had 6. I might have missed 1 or 2.
Oh, that's over a whole month. Come on.
Not really. I concluded some that were late in July, because the last report I gave you was kind of a few months of gobbledygook. So now we're caught up to the 3rd week of August. So next week's report will reflect last week's August.
Thank you guys very, very much for what you do. It's always August when everything dries out that last little bit.
And I'll be gone in for a true vacation in September.
Have you been on vacation without a wife? So,
What should we do in September if we have like any of these crises that you are always solving for us?
You called it non-emergency Curry County dispatch number.
or we could get an on-call phone. That'd be pretty cool if we just had an on-call phone so we didn't have to pay for the extra calls. That'd be something to consider.
Okay. Consultant from afar. Okay.
My wife will kill me if I answer.
Okay. Well, we can't have that happen. That's like the worst.
But other than that, it's going well. I will say this too, one more thing real quick. I'll be like John, I'll add like 3 more things. The VATCon was dead for most of the week. We finally discovered the issue with it after having a mechanic come down and he couldn't find it. And then we found it like 2 days later.
What is that?
That's our main piece of equipment we use to do all these water mains. Tank is full of holes.
It's like a vacuum on a giant vacuum on a truck.
It's rotten.
And they pull up and it sucks the water out of the hole so that they can
It's
work.
the big yellow suck truck.
We need to move that up on the priority list, but I want to have Coots come down and do some temporary welding to patch the tank up enough so we're not leaving stuff all over the roads.
Yep.
It's getting to the point where we're losing vacuum in it. So I think that $5 or $6 grand worth of repairs is probably going to hold it together for another year, I hope. But it's a 91 and a lot of parts are no longer available. So the serial was so old that the guy could not find the chassis. So that's where we're at on that. But just something to think about.
Who built the chassis?
Freightliner or Volvo.
Oh,
But
Volvo.
it's all 3 manufacturers because it's actually an auto car, which is white, Volvo and GMC.
I understand.
It's made specifically for a municipality, it sounds like.
Volvo's hard to get parts.
I can still get parts from my old motorhome.
Okay, you got anything else, John?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, so police, do we have anything on that? I don't think so. Planning. Let's hear the planning report. Got anything for us, John?
Greg is here.
I know.
Greg Thielen, do you want to give a report from the planning department? You can come on up.
We had some educational items about the comprehensive plan and how the comprehensive plan affects the rules in the city, the ordinances. We actually, this is worth mentioning, we voted to recommend to you all that when you set the cap for the short-term rentals, that you wait until, that you set it now, but that you take another look when they've all had a chance to come in compliance. Like say there's 27 right now, that you wait until 6 months or a year, whenever the time that they have until to come into compliance and get a new license, that you revisit it then. And if the number decreases, if some of them can't come into compliance, that you change that number. Say 2 can't make the cut, that you change the number to 25. That we're basically just, we would like to have you just grandfather in the ones that are existing now and not create that number so that there are that many that there are now. If you see the distinction.
So sunset of some of them if they
I beg your pardon?
sunset the ones that fall out of compliance.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, by the way, a piece of wisdom on the short-term rental ordinance that was included by the recommendations of Planning Commission was that we established the cap by resolution, which can be done, at a single meeting and whatnot. So, which is the second part of the second reading of that. So that was also a nice way to approach that. So thank
So
you.
it could be changed down the road. And
Yeah, in an easier fashion than our ordinance thing. So thanks, Mr.
You
Chair.
need
very
to
much.
write an ordinance that says that it can be changed by resolution.
We did.
Okay.
And then that's how we did
Okay,
it.
very
Yep.
good, very good.
Thank you.
And there was actually one other piece we talked about. If you look in, I believe it's 040, where it just describes the cap. The word renewal is in there, and such that, and I don't have it in front of me, but such that if there is if someone applies for a license and there's no room under the cap, they're put on a waiting list. Well, the wording there says it, if someone new or renews applies and there's no room under the cap, they have to go on a waiting list. That doesn't make sense. So, and I think that was because of the old wording that we were going to sunset over time. So we recommend that you take the renewal out. I think it appears 4 times in that 040.
Yeah, I see it. It's 040 number C. So when we get to it, we can look at that more carefully.
That's
Mr.
it.
Chair, did you guys have any applications to review or approve at your meeting?
We did not. There
Okay.
was one that the director approved.
You
And
mean
we studied that. Actually, we went through how that was done.
right? So in our code, the planning director, who is me, is allowed to approve what's called a minor partition, which is no more than 3 lots and does not create any public roads. And the process is extremely similar to the Planning Commission, except it's not a public hearing at the Planning Commission. What it is an administrative notice of approval, and it solicits comments from anyone within 200 feet of the site, which is very similar to the notice that goes out for hearings. And then it says if you don't submit any comments, then the planning director will make a final decision on this. So then it's a similar process, but it just has a little fewer procedural burdens to the applicants. For again, they're minor partitions, no more than 3 lots, and again, subject to all the same code provisions and whatnot. So that's in our code, and it's also complies with state land use law and our comp plan and all those things.
So those partitions are separate from like a planning clearance from what happens thereafter?
I think yes. So the partition action, then a planning clearance, is my understanding, is for when they get to the building stage.
Okay.
And then a partition is to allow you to get what's called the final plat. And then once you partition, you can sell a lot to someone who wants to build a house. So for instance, let's say you have a large piece of property and you want to sell off part of it. You go to a surveyor and they draw the lines that meet, the lot size and setbacks and all this. And then we put conditions of, you have to have sewer and water and access and these kind of things. And then demarc anything that needs to be demarked, such as this one had a 50-foot riparian, or we have 2 different things, a shoreland and riparian, that are both 50 feet overlays. And so, but none of the lots that they were partitioning were on that part of that part of the property. But yes, so and then once you get a partition, you can sell your lot or you can build on your lot, but typically you partition to sell. And then once someone has a lot, then they go for a building permit, and then the building is the planning clearance, where the building department of the county says, hey, city planning, is this ready to be ready to build on?
And that's the step where the water and sewer are proven or have to be shown to be in existence.
Right. So then my understanding is when you build, before you can get what's called a certificate of occupancy, you have to show all those things. So, but the condition to have water and sewer is on the tentative plat, I believe, that and they have to have water and sewer. And then after that, they go and get their building permit. And then the building permit is, they have to have water and sewer. And then they get their building permit, and then before they get their certificate of occupancy, they have to have running water and sewer and electric for occupancy. And so it just follows down the line.
I guess the only scary thing to me is like, what if it's only a 2-inch service line? I guess it doesn't matter if it's a small line and they want to build, they have to build it up anyway. But I would just worry, let's say, you split it 3 ways. It's like my street where it's a 2-inch service line or something that's not going to, like, since we don't know what the future holds,
Right.
I guess we're okay though, because if it has to be upsized, we just have to make darn sure that we require them to do it.
Right, because in our code, it says that the customer or the
Yep.
builder will upsize the line if we
Yep.
say it's needed.
And that's pretty standard.
But really all we're signing off is that city water and sewer are available at the site. That's what the county wants to see on the permit. That's what I sign off on. Yeah, it's there, but that doesn't determine, it depends on what they pay for a service, and then get there and say you can't have a 1-inch because we're on a 2-inch and we got 5 homes on it.
Yeah, and there was
that's
2
where a
roads
problem could come.
in Ophir that we had to say, no, unless you upsize the whole thing, we're not. Go ahead, John.
Well, after you're done, I'm just saving my.
I'm done.
Okay, good. So, Joseph, if you could come up, because this is kind of the planning department report. Joseph works in our planning department. He does most of our intake and most of our staff workups in coordination with Crystal Shoji. But isn't there also is it a RV park or something?
I have another
Greg,
comment.
thank you. Okay. Isn't there an RV park that is coming in? Is that a planned unit development? And then that one is where we're making them have separate sewer connections for each unit.
So the RV park is a conditional use permit.
Yep.
Because RV parks are conditional use only and only in commercial zones. I'm not 100%, I don't remember exactly what the conditions on the sewer were. Although I do remember John came in and gave his expert opinion. So do you remember, John?
Yeah, they're gonna do a Civil West engineered it.
Yep.
So there'll be drops at, I think there's 5 spaces in there. It's at the corner of 101 and Madrona.
But they're going all the way to the main line. They're not hooking.
They're going,
into a
well, there's a
lateral, right?
4-inch, there's a stub out there, so they'll tie into the stub, yes.
And so that's a
A
condition.
lateral or a main line?
They'll be tying in, there's a stub off the main.
Oh, like the 4-inch
Right.
stub out of the
There's-
main.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they got,
Okay.
it's already up and.
And so that's something that's in the works. Now that will go to a planning commission hearing, right, on a conditional use permit?
Because it's conditional use, I believe it would either go to planning commission or the city council, or maybe even both.
I thought it did.
I think it goes to the
Pretty
city
sure it
council
does.
if there's an appeal for any kind of condition that the planning, that is unacceptable to someone with a vested interest in the proceeding. But and then notices go out of the planning commission hearing, and then the planning commission holds a hearing, and then as a conditional use permit, it's exactly like what it sounds. They would say this use is permitted with all these conditions to, protect the public interest. And so that would go to the planning commission. But at that stage, it's like you need to show your plan for how you're going to provide water and sewer, because that's what these things are kind of plans, and then the building part is when it gets carried out. But
So can you explain what we're doing now since we are in curtailment for the water and the well situation? This is something, of course, as you know, I've been wanting to get a workshop on so we can understand it. What are we doing when there's subdivisions and multiple people on one lot that are wanting to have water and we're in curtailment?
So the current process since I, got here, it's something along the lines of when they submit the application to do a land division, they need to show documentation that they are putting in a well. We've been accepting well contracts as proof that a well is either currently in or is going in, because it's a contract. It's not, you can't just say no to it. It's pretty concrete that they're doing that. And we've been taking that as proof. Then they take it and file it with county, because ultimately county is the one who approves the wells going in. That is my current understanding of the current well process.
And they have pretty strict standards. They won't, depending on what's surrounding it, sewer laterals, main lines, and if the neighbor has a well. There's an instant we had around the corner here where they wouldn't give the guy a well permit because there was a well already platted for going in at a certain location, and it was too close.
So do they measure the distance of the sewer line and
Count-
stuff, or do we?
The person building is responsible for that. We locate it and say this is where the main is, obviously, and then the well driller company, the well company is actually holding them to the standard of, we want to see where the mains are and where the stubs are. And then the well driller will say, yes, it can go here, or no, it won't. But then county has the final word on whether they'll accept the well in the first place.
And then we require a city approved meter
Yes,
to then do
Monitor,
the
yes.
charge for sewer.
yes, yep. And we haven't done one for multiple structures yet that I'm aware of. It's only this Park Place thing is the only one that,
So that particular property already has a water hookup, if I'm not mistaken.
they do to the
Correct.
house.
So they're
Yes.
not, this isn't, I don't know how that would work on the curtailment part, but they already have their water. They paid their water.
Separate lot.
Sewer, SDCs, they've had them for years.
Mhm.
Right.
So they actually, it was an RV park years ago.
Mhm.
They built it and they were gonna open it, but I don't know what happened, so I'm not gonna comment here right now about it, but something happened and it didn't, something happened. I don't know what.
Right.
I could speak about it.
So they're not hooking up for this RV park, they're putting in a well.
Yes. Yep. Yep. For the RV spaces only, the home and structure will still be using the service that's provided and paid for. Yeah.
So that's RV park is a commercial use. Okay.
Yep.
And I think Greg said the chair had one more, you want to add some other things?
Yeah, thank you. There are a couple other things I wanted to mention, and one was following on the water, or rather the permit, how permits are done. We would like to see, and I believe that you all have addressed before that if a person gets a building permit, they have a clearance form here, they go to the county, they get their building permit, that they should come back here after that so that it can be seen whether they actually have done what they got a permit here for. Because there can be some finessing between here and the county so that when it comes back to us. So we've asked that, and I think it's being addressed.
I believe it was addressed. I believe that there was a motion to make sure that we got the final say on anything that came back from the county. Yeah, twice.
3 years ago.
The question is it ever been implemented or is it being implemented?
But I mean, but the fact of the matter is there's minutes that say that it was voted on, so we don't need to talk about it again. It just needs to be
implemented
in place.
They are coming back. We are seeing them.
Okay.
I don't know that they're coming to council.
There's been
No, I don't care. As long as somebody puts eyes on it and says this is the same building that started, that's, I think, the main.
We have examples in recent times where there are divergences.
And we need to find out how retroactive that is, because this whole conversation didn't just pop out of thin air. So this is going to be a fun one. All right. Anything else on the planning?
There was one other thing. Oh, we did recommend, so we noticed the difference between that. So we have made a couple decisions in our hearings that on the one hand, we have a curtailment that says you can't lay pipes in the ground to a new building. On the other hand, we have a regulation that says you have to have, if you do a minor partition, you have to have water to it. So that's why that's what the hubbub is about wells.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to see the ordinance of the curtailment change so the lines can at least be laid and the person can get the hookup without using it.
Mm-hmm.
So that future purchasers will have water in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do in cities.
Yeah.
That's what we like to have. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay. Any other questions? Mayor's report. I'm going to try to keep this as long as possible because you guys have really been dragging on. Main objective is to say that I was able to meet with the governor today down at the port. It was a really good visit. Her and her wife are very nice ladies. So we were able to plug some stuff for the port, and what I concentrated on with her for the city was just reiterating the impound. So it was short and sweet, like I think those visits always are, but it's good. And just to throw this out there, ever since I heard that she was on her way and you think in bigger ways, like I feel like the the port and the city need to partner together. I feel like we can brand Port Orford and the port and really put us out in the way that we want to be put out there. And so I'm just planting seeds because since I'm kind of in the middle of both of them, I feel like I'm failing a little bit on making that happen. That's all I got. One other thing is the mayor. Thank you very much. I know I joined it. Either John. God dang it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's it. And thank you very much for doing another wonderful written report. And we all need to follow suit a little bit more so we can burn through these meetings. Because once again, hour of reports. That's all I got. So we'll try to burn through the liaison reports, stick to the big pertinent stuff, and it starts with port.
Port, we're got RFP, our proposals for the construction of the crane replacement project, and that should go out any day.
I want to say tomorrow, maybe Monday, depending on how much legal jargon.
Right, and that's for a spring build, I think, for a spring start.
Yeah, because we got to be done by the summer of 2020.
So we're on track for having the cranes completely replaced with modern and product hoists and some infrastructure by summer next year, we hope. Wait,
it's a shoe-in 2025.
25.
Yeah.
Sorry, 25.
And just to throw out there, we did just put a $498,400 payment down on the crane, so it's getting serious.
They're going to show up in Portland one day.
The governor did say she wanted to be down here when the new crane came in.
Maybe she could ride down with the cranes.
She said that in front of the port manager of Bandon. So
He was jealous, I'm sure.
Oh, that
should be. Our port's way better.
Oh yeah, well they're pretty good friends, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. School. Councilor Rask.
I've attempted to meet with the superintendent, left a couple messages, have not heard back.
I'm sure he's very busy. Really nice guy, though.
Is that a shared position? Was that
I don't think so.
was that another share?
That's the new person.
Is it another what?
Another share? Was that a shared administrator?
I don't think so.
So I think the superintendent was gonna maybe take on the Driftwood principal, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, but it's not different districts like the last guy.
No.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Fire. Councilor Tidy. Water. Everyone, I hope, saw Councilor Velasquez's watershed report. Do you have any high points?
Yes, I have a few more things that I have to add because it's just, like every week, all these cool things are happening.
Thank you
So
for making them.
I just wanted to add to my last report that I'll just mention. I am working on the IGA and the MOU with this Curry Soil and Water Conservation District. I just heard today that she's going to try to get me the next draft tomorrow. And so ideally we could put that on the agenda for next month if John and I can work it out. So, because she would like to get hopping on projects. But even more important, I had a great meeting this week with Lehigh from CCD. It turns out there's brand new money available for source water protection. And it's kind of like a grant that CCD gives us to help us find grants to do big projects. And it's the stuff where there's co-benefits for fish and wildlife and clean drinking water. So I had a conversation with Lehigh. John put out an email I sent
at your
to
places. Yeah.
John and Pat, where I'm putting forth a couple of ideas we could put forward. Sediment reduction in the Port Orford's Hubbard Creek Reservoir by removing that failing culvert that's listed as a high priority in our forest management plan, and adding woody debris in those tributaries that flow into our reservoir so that they would collect sediment. And also going for some funding to dredge our reservoir. So when we get the permit, we have some money, and that's in the BRIC grant. But if we don't get the BRIC grant, it would help us line things up. And then also possibly the fish ladder fix. I've heard there's money coming down the pike just for that kind of thing. It turns out this is a pretty simple application. We ask for the money. We ask for CCD to take on one of these projects or maybe two, and we get 50 hours from them to help us. So it's a super simple application, but it's due before the next planning, the next city council meeting. So I think it would be great if we can entertain a motion to just direct John to move forward to go for this really simple grant. And then we will have more time to like finalize which specific projects. And it turns out the application is very basic. So
Even I got that one.
cool.
So
it's
can we
not-
make a motion now to do that?
That would be great.
Okay, I would make a motion to have John explore the new CCD grants.
Second.
All right, any
That's
discussion?
specific enough?
Is that adequate?
Yeah, just
If
proceed
we're-
as, yeah, proceed as outlined in the email. Yeah.
Is that
As
okay?
outlined in the email.
I think you can only make motions. You can't entertain motions.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't care. I
Oh,
was
you
just
can
saying.
entertain them. I can't entertain them.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
But you can make them. That's even better.
Okay, good.
You can be entertaining.
the motion was made. Was there a second?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
Greg seconded,
Alright.
so I'll go ahead and call it. Gosh, I gotta say it because I don't want to lose it, but you talked about fish ladder, and I'm like, maybe we can get the whole weir done under the pretense of fixing the fish ladder. If there's big money available for that, I don't care where we get the money from, and that's a part of the puzzle. I'm gonna
Yes.
call for the vote, unless there's any other discussion. Counselor Rask,
Yes.
Counselor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Tidy,
Yes.
Counselor Velisis,
Yes.
and Counselor Pogwitz.
Tim, yes.
All right, thank you. That's a good one, Ann. That's awesome. I know we got, like, we're ahead of a timeline. Like, no workshop, no nothing. It's just like, go ahead, staff. Thank you. All right. Is that all you had?
Yes, and I'll just say that this followed up on the meeting that John and I had like the previous month. So there has been work going into this and it's kind of great to move it along. So
Good, good, good,
Things are happening.
good. And we are on to parks.
Real quick, the Parks meeting, we talked about our new upgrade for our playgrounds, and we're gonna send that out to bid. Since it's over a certain amount of money, we have to try to get 3 bids for it, so, that's it. And then we have, in October, we're gonna have our disc golf tournament. I've already got 38 paid registrants in 6 days already.
woohoo.
So that's pretty cool. And we've got over 2 months till it starts. So we're gonna hopefully sell out for the 100 people there. So these will be around the town.
Look at us being all preemptive and ahead of the ball. That's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Yep. Oh, and skate night's been going off really good. John's been doing an amazing job at skate night. It seems a lot of kids and a lot of the adults in town really enjoy it.
Kids of all ages are out there.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, Greg, I have a question about that. I don't know if this is the time to bring it up. So a citizen brought up to me the Fort Point Trail and that there's some outstanding grants that we're supposed to be, we have money to fix that trail and we haven't spent it yet. So
There's money in a line item for the parks agenda, and that was more of Steve Lawton's doing.
Uh-huh.
And he really never has come to parks and talked more about it. So go ahead, John.
okay.
Now you mentioned that, I did have 2 right-of-way permits that are kind of parks related. The Redfish Rocks team is going to do a trail along, and I think part of it is a Fort Point Trail.
Yes.
And so I'm intending to route that to PD, and they want to put signs on some of the right-of-ways that we're not using for streets. So I'm hoping, John, it'll be okay. And then,
Temporarily.
and then the other one is the Sixes Fire District wants to do a 10 or 5K run in town, and they want to use our streets and stuff. And so we've routed that around, and they're going to call it Hometown Heroes, and they're going to close down 12th Street by the community building and the school, and they're going to have all kinds of first responders and whatnot in there, I think including our PD. And they just said, tell us what you want to put in there. So
When was that going to be?
I will let you know by email.
Is that next month, I think?
It's coming up quick.
And the Redfish Rocks is basically, they're doing Redfish Rocks on the docks on the 26th, and it's going to start at the field station, have a trail up to Fort Point, and then down to the port.
That trail.
But that we need to support the Fort Point Trail more, like hands-on. Let's get this done, because it's been one guy carrying the ball, and he's not really in a position to do it. So somebody's got to pick it up and run with it. And it's like one more step of getting a block or something to get the ramps up there.
What do you want? Yeah, what do you want to be done?
It's
Tell me.
kind of sketchy right now. I mean, if a whole bunch of people are going to be walking up there, it almost seems like it's.
Well, that's why it's nice that it's a trail, because go walk up Humbug and it's,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
about
yeah.
the same.
It's fairly steep.
They weren't allowed to put anything in the ground,
I know.
anything.
That's where we pour a big old piece of concrete on the corner and then get one of those aluminum ramps up to the top, pour some more concrete on that, and then just steps down to the bottom.
We talked about that. Originally, I thought that's what
No,
we
and
were
we,
doing.
so I guess we need to circle back with Steve and just light a
So I
fire.
think you got a grant for that.
Also,
What's
You
that?
got
I
the,
think you got a grant for
There is
that.
Yeah.
He
money.
did. And that's the most important thing is we need to get that money spent so that when he goes or we go back to the Coquille tribe, that we're not, oh yeah, we're the guys that languished on
is
that.
it in our
debt.
budget?
Yes,
Is it in our
if you look at the parks line item,
Thank you.
in the parks, there is a line item that says Fort Point Trail.
So do we need to get a contractor to do the work or how, I mean, what
Yes.
kind of
We'll
improvement?
talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean,
We'll bring it up. We can bring it up with the parks
Well,
meeting.
so.
could I
as a-
entertain a motion to direct staff to solve the 4-Point Trail
So
Well,
issue?
I make,
Not solve, but
We don't want to leave Steve out of this picture.
Oh, yeah.
no, that's
So-
the first person to.
Well,
Steve had it solved, and I think he had a contractor. He said he was talking to.
Chris Marsh.
Yes,
He was talking to him.
and we're supposed to get a block and a stairway hooked to that block. We can legally do that.
I-
We can't put a pin in the ground, but we can do that.
I
And
talked to him.
just so you know, I've been talking with Steve and I was like, hey, I'll try to get the city to help you. So I'm not going over his head. And the key to that is make sure that Steve is the most involved person as we do this.
I don't think
like you
he's
said.
in a position to actually do it. I mean, we are the ones who have to we're the ones who have to direct staff to reach out to the contractor and all that jazz. So
Okay. Well, at one time Steve had taken that ball and was running with it, but
I'm going to retract my motion then, and I will entertain a motion to direct staff to communicate with Steve Lawton to see what we need to do to finish up the 4-Point Trail.
I make a motion to direct staff to work on the Fort Point Trail to spend the funding and get the trail working towards completion
with Steve.
Second.
with
Lawton.
Steve Lawton.
Add the
Second that.
yeah.
Could we add?
Okay.
Gary
with
seconded.
Steve Lawton? 'Cause
She did add with Steve Lawton.
Steve Lawton, yeah.
Steve Lawton being the key word in that motion. Thank you, Steve.
Is
Second.
he on the line?
We got a second from Gary. No, I'm just saying it. I got a loud
Oh.
voice. I noticed when I watch these recordings. Go ahead and call for the vote. Councilor Velisis,
Yes.
Councilor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Rask,
Yes.
Councilor Taggy,
Yes.
Councilor Pugwitz.
Tim, yes.
I keep calling on you last, Tim. I'm sorry. All right. We are on to Main Street and then emergency management.
Main Street has got the bike racks ordered. They're kind of wrapping up the visitor center. It should be open hopefully pretty soon. And they're continuing to work on the Rays landscape project, TLT funds. For the emergency management, we met last night and we need some direction from the council. I'm getting to feeling like maybe the council doesn't want an emergency services. We're kind of flailing. We discussed the possibility of maybe being under the rural fire district's purview for it would be, and Mari is going to bring that up to see if they even would want to. But I really haven't gotten a feeling that the council's interested in, that anybody really is interested in other than our small group. And I want to be directed to provide emergency services for the community or forget it.
Sometimes I wonder if we're the right, I mean, we don't have any money, right? It's a big problem.
But there's grants.
But there's a
obviously.
lot of
There's tons of money out there.
education that we
But-
could be doing. And I mean, there's things that can.
Do we have
Preparing the
any
community.
expertise in any of that stuff, Gary? I mean,
No.
that's what I always wondered. That's what I always wondered was in the past when we talked about it. I wasn't here when it actually was created. But
It just seemed like a need. Like I was here when the last tsunami alarm
Right.
went off,
Uh-huh.
and I heard about on Hensley, on Dee, there was just not good.
yeah,
And that wasn't even a problem. We didn't even have a situation. So when there's a situation happen, it is going to be so awful.
it's terrible.
nobody is going to be prepared in any way, even mentally or physically.
It's going to be just like Maui.
Yeah. And
So maybe we
everybody's going
just
to look
need-
and go, well, why didn't we do something?
You guys have been trying to take such a big bite. Like maybe we could communicate better if we do kind of pull out tsunami signage or these projects that, you then it works like it is. You guys come with a proposal, or you like, this is what we're working on this month. You bring it to us and then we accept it. And maybe that'll give you the interaction that you're looking for. We just need to have the starting point, I guess, which starts with you guys.
So the state provided tsunami signage. If it's missing, we need to contact the state.
Right.
Because there's certain guidelines you have to follow to put that stuff up.
Well,
And that's exactly the kind of stuff that an emergency commission could help us with. Is
But we've
connect-
got, like, if a fire happened here, it wouldn't be any different than Maui.
Yep.
And afterwards in the news, it'd be just like what we're hearing about Maui right now. And people will die, and people won't be able to get out of the Vista area. I mean, there's just so many situations that, I don't know whether the community is interested.
Well, we've been trying for 15 years to get people to build go bags, and I'll bet that there's a very small percentage of folks, maybe even in this room, that have.
I got a big one. It takes 3 of us to carry it to the car, but man, we're gonna be pimping,
I don't need one. Maurice's got like 4.
I got one of those ones on wheels. That can
Yeah, that's what I use, the wheels out of my.
She's just like, you start loading up dogs, I'll get the go bag.
John Huddle.
The cats are the hard one to catch.
Two things. I just want to direct your attention. Gary mentioned Main Street, and I want to tell you, Susan Russell has, this is at your places. I tried to have these loaded on the computer. I tried to click the right button, but I couldn't pull it up. It said nothing to see here. But these are going to go in the visitor center. So Susan Russell in Main Street has done a great job on the visitor center, and Susan has built these kiosks that will be going into, there they are up on the screen too. She's built these kiosks. Yeah.
We're up there.
Yeah, so that's what I got. And so I just said, Anyway, so these kiosks are going to be going in the visitor. Susan's done a great job. She presented them to the Parks Commission, and the Parks Commission raved. And I think you can see they're quite rustic and artistic and fitting. And again, kudos to Susan for the excellent work that she did. So I just want to put that in on Main Street. And then on the Emergency Commission, I always thought, Gary, that we were going to bring something back at a workshop or something. I didn't think that you were thinking that no one cared about it. I actually thought when we talked about it, there were just no parameters to the membership or the charges, what their delegation of duties of the council was. But I never interpreted that anyone didn't want to do it. I thought we were going to brainstorm and do a workshop and come up with some kind of a code, but that we were looking for where was the membership coming from. I didn't think some of the council was comfortable with the Elk River fire or the whole fire district boundaries and stuff. And then
I still don't understand that.
And that goes back to our Parks Commission appointment of they're not in the city limits and they're not citizens. So again, I think it's a topic of conversation maybe for a workshop, but as a city administrator, I think there's value of some kind of a self-sufficiency during an emergency, because we're a very remote community. I think we have to be self-reliant. And I think a plan with strategically placed provisions around and whatnot. But to be one of the things we talked about at the small cities meeting today was the League of Oregon Cities recommended a budget of like 1.9 million, and the governor said, 1 million or anyway, and then the legislature gave 80,000 or something for fire. There were programs. You mentioned the Vista area. I got to tell you, there's so many trees up there. I mean, there used to be money for what was called wildland urban interface fire thinning, and if anything, I would think when you talk about a fire, you need to have better vegetation control and stuff. So I mean, I think you guys know what, anyway, I think there's value as a city administrator, and I still think we should workshop it so that we're all on the same page of what we want. And again, the whole idea of the jurisdictional component of the membership, what the scope of the charge is, but I'm I'm not, unfortunately, as a city administrator, I see it as within city limits is where the resources will be. I don't know that, like, if there's a fire in the Elk River, we're going to run out there and help fight a fire. I'm not sure what the city's going to do out in that direction. I don't know. So this is why a workshop, I'm talking too much about it, but you sounded a little bit, I don't want to, like it was a done deal or everyone had stuck a fork in it. And I just don't think that's the case.
Because we are on a new chapter here. So if you can get everybody to hang in for a couple months, we are getting a little bit above the water.
I think, yeah, with Monica gone, I think there's just a lot of, like, so many things. There's just a lot of
Yeah, that was kinda
turnover,
rough.
changes,
And not to
Unbelievable
have-
thing to
difficulties.
sit and try to have a 1 or 2 hour meeting over and try to figure out how to approach wildfires, grid failure, tsunami, earthquake.
Just like us, you got to eat the elephant one bite at a time or it just won't happen.
But it's
I
hard to
think-
even know where to start.
Yeah.
I think what
And
Pat
if the
was saying.
council's like trying to tell me how many people, where people are going to show up from, to be on the commission, when I just barely got enough people to do it.
Have we established a
But
size?
it's not the council saying that, it's the rules saying that. It's not like
But I'm
us
saying,
coming
why is
up
it
with
different than the parks?
It shouldn't be. If
And
the
that's a good
parks
point.
allows it, then.
I mean, if-
Oh, you're right.
Commission.
You're right. I forgot about that.
The only real problem I have is I understand where John's coming from with, city resources.
Mhm.
But the fact of the matter is, when this event happens, just like this thing in Maui, we're not going to say, oh, by the way, we're not going to cross this red line and help you because you're outside the
Right.
city. Farmers are going to be bringing heavy equipment from outside the city into the city to help. We're going to be helping farmers however we can help them. Everybody's going to help everybody.
The Malala example during the
Exactly.
fire up there, the
Yep.
Redneck Fire Brigade with the heavy equipment that stopped the fire from burning down the town.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what's
Yeah.
going to happen. And if somebody shows up and says, hey, you can't bring that piece of heavy equipment, they're going to drive right past
But
it.
but I think it wouldn't hurt to have a piece of heavy equipment up in Vista or something. I know.
Piece of
I
equipment,
hear you.
he said.
I know. Yep.
Well,
You're
they
right.
can just go over the hill if they have to.
We'll
I mean, there's
we'll
not-
store that.
Yeah, however we
We
have
could store that.
Anyway, we're getting down to,
The county has their emergency too, so it's not like we're saying, oh, we want to leave those guys hanging.
Do we have
It's
like a,
just the expenditure of city resources outside.
But we're
of the
not going to
boundaries.
have, I think when we started the idea of having a Department of Emergency Services, we were thinking we were going to get grants. Well, it turns out we're too small to get grants.
Right.
So, and then the other night, in the middle of the night, one of my little wake ups was, what happens when we open up a cache and a bunch of folks with guns come and
gotta
take
have a
all the
bunch of
all the
folks with
food?
guns guarding?
I was gonna say, there's a bunch of good folks.
There's two ways to handle that one. I mean,
But I mean, it's about timing, and are we going to have a bunch of guns in the cache, or
no,
I
I,
got
That's
thinking-
why it's emergency preparedness, not emergency answers. It's like you're just doing the best we can to have a few handholds for, like, what if you only saved 3 people's lives because they read the stuff that you put out? That's worth it to me.
but what I,
it seemed like having everybody have their own caches was maybe the better solution to it. But so I'm saying that we're not going to take money from the city and take it anywhere else because we don't have any. The amount of money we have is so
So-
small.
Gotcha.
Gary, what I just heard you say today was the first time I'd heard it, and I know Monica isn't at the county anymore, but when you said you checked into it and someone told you were too small to get grants. So from what I understand, kind of the grants, let's just call it FEMA, but it goes from FEMA to OEM to county to us. There's a real hierarchy. And what I think we need to do is operate independently of that hierarchy, because that hierarchy may be lethargic and we need to be more responsive. And I think we have, but anyway, I would just recommend, I don't want to belabor this because we still have a lot of work to do tonight. But when you were saying you think, it sounded like you were saying we're sticking a fork in the emergency commission. I never got that impression. I think we need to, I mean, it's in a pile on my desk of, we need to figure out what it's going to be and what it's going to do in light of the kind of things you're talking about. So if you want to come in and visit with me and we can figure out when to do a workshop on it. We got a workshop on wells and water. We got a workshop on that. We got a workshop on our meter contract that you've all enjoyed looking at. So we have some workshops we need to do.
Do you think that we might be able to not that I don't love workshops, but if you and Gary came with a proposal, like with how we're gonna form it and what it's gonna be, then we could just accept it and I'm just a suggestion. I'm not
Or
saying.
well, there would be a discussion at a larger scale than this, I think.
Right.
But Mr. Mayor, could we do a recess?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Let's
that'd be
take
great.
Good. Do we go past our 2 hours without permission slip?
no, let's
Not
take a
yet.
29-day recess. All right. 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Can I get to the restaurant and back in 10 minutes?
You need to do some dishes in the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, I wouldn't get back if it was busy. No.
That's loading.
Yeah, that's
Like,
never.
and it was a rough afternoon anyways. So.
And like John said, the money comes
So you're open Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
gets to us, and
Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, they said it was really, really
Ah.
And I think we're going to
we get
just
passed
go right
over, which can
Hmm.
quite frankly
Yeah.
happen in our
because
county.
It should.
and it's like with the low crew.
Did I say
yeah.
You said 10 minutes.
And even though we're currently working on getting the room situated, so it doesn't sound super great right now, but if you go and watch the video, the audio will be.
It actually sounds amazing, Perry.
Getting people.
Perry, if you were to put on his headphones right now,
is one of the
if you were to
biggest
put on the headphones he has, you'd hear all of our little whispers.
And that's what he's gonna, the minutes person.
No, that's-
Oh, that's the new thing here?
This is the whole new one.
Ooh.
So Joseph, he didn't,
But a year after.
I want to see your plate.
that bag
Look,
You
see,
just
let's
touch
go.
all
What I did,
those
watch,
buttons.
traded
look,
off,
I just
sold,
zoomed in on Pat. We
Adjust
have this.
thrown away,
Watch, look,
whatever,
look over here.
you know.
We can zoom in when Pat's talking,
Go bags a year later.
just by push a button.
Our nature.
Zoom in on the people as they're talking,
We all know what's gonna happen.
resets on all of it.
Think about it. At least that's the way I.
John should be, or the person running the meeting should be doing it.
It's
I
a
mean,
public
I don't
only
even know
time
if we
we.
can imagine what's gonna happen. I mean, you think those people in Maui, one of our friends actually was right there in
Yeah.
Lahaina,
Sitting like.
Dana, did you see that?
his house burned down.
Dana,
And
so if we can zoom in on, this with a push a button, you can zoom in on the mayor
even describe it.
as they're talking.
Saying,
Which no one really wants to do.
What's up?
get out of the house.
I want to volunteer to run that thing after I'm off the commission.
It's a scary deal. But it's inevitable that it's gonna happen. It's either gonna be a wildfire or a tsunami. There's no doubt in my mind it's gonna happen someday.
Yep.
So, I think being prepared for it's a good idea. And when I spoke against, I just want to make sure that we didn't have to have, you know, a certain structure to it.
Pretty sure it's gonna be a fire in Screaming North Wind.
She was trying to do this hierarchical top down.
Did you see some of the footage from 199?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, roads covered with debris.
That's not gonna be open for a while, I think.
No, they might use that as a chance to fix one, you know, to make it a little bit better.
That is a terrible road.
People drive like outside of hell on that road.
People drive like bats out of hell everywhere.
You're
It's
absolutely right.
nuts.
It is
I can't believe where people choose to pass
Yeah.
these days. And I'm like,
I know.
it's like a blind dip. You have no idea what's coming or what's sitting in that hole.
On 38 going in our motorhome, 2 cars were passing a slow RV and they were probably,
Because it's just like yet more.
I'm gonna say, it seemed like 20 feet, but it's probably 70 feet in front of me before they got into their lane. I thought we were gonna do a head on. I had nowhere to go. It was by the elk reserve.
Yeah.
So,
No, it's nuts.
yeah, and they just kept coming. I mean, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't back off and get back in line, so they had to go for
Yeah, I
it.
gotta gun it.
He got in there and
No, it's nuts.
that's how I got injured in the 80s was a head-on accident like that. So every time I see that, it's flashback right there.
PTSD.
Well, those two folks, you know, of Vista, that was a terrible accident. People are,
There's been so many of them just recently. On 101, there was 2. There was one on 26, I believe, where
this,
2 people died. And
the sirens scream by my office every day.
Yeah.
And that used to be rare because you would go look and you'd be like, what's going on out there? Now it's just like, oh, it's the siren of the day.
I know. It's absolutely insane. You have to be a defensive driver today more than
Oh
ever.
yeah, you gotta be paying attention.
You gotta be paying attention, and you gotta be paying attention as far up the road as you can.
Yeah.
And then even paying attention when one of those kamikazes come into your lane, there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
No.
We're just missing one cable wasn't long enough to go.
Anyway.
Are you cranberrying again this year?
You know, when I had, when I told him I wasn't gonna do it last year, I had my surgery, and I haven't heard from Dan this year, but we're going.
Oh, you're headed out. Nice.
My neighborhood.
No, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, as long as I'm the second baby, so I gotta be there. And I can, so I'm going.
Yep, you should. Why not?
Well, what's good is we're still busy. About December 15th, we're busy.
Did Cindy retire from school?
Close it down, hold on to it, and then just go. Oh, man.
She needed it. We can't hardly park up ourselves anymore.
No, I can't imagine.
Just,
Yeah, I think it's
you slow down as you get older, and you just, now we know, and we just do as much as we can, and if we get tired, we're done for the day. We're our own worst enemies, we can quit too much for it.
Yeah.
There's some, you'll never find anybody that does what you guys do.
No, you won't.
Been looking for that person for 18
Well,
years.
because nobody cares as much as you.
Did I show you? I've been working on my little infographic for everybody. I've been like working this because I don't think you're the only one.
we should all go up there.
But then you let Chad will be home one of these days. And he's gonna leave up there next Philly.
It's hard for those guys because my cousin Adam is in the same boat. He works for Riverbend or
Yeah.
whoever that is.
Yeah.
And we've always tried to be like, Adam, come back and manage the bogs. Come on, you can do it. And he's like, you can't pay me what I make up here.
Oh, that's
And
amazing.
Nobody else.
Yes.
no.
But the good thing is Chad is greedy. Chad bought his house in 19 and sold it.
That's a great idea.
Years later, and doubled what he paid for it.
He's made some good decisions, huh?
Yeah, put a lot of that money away. And bought us a
Yeah.
kitchen.
Oh, well, of course.
So he wants to do some forest management.
Well, then he could survive here.
Oh, he can survive.
Yeah.
And Brittany actually just got her contractor's license.
Nice.
Derek's talking about coming back to Louisiana, sure, our Chad and Darrell will start some kind of construction. And whatever they do, they might even do good work too, what Derek does.
Yeah. They'll do it. They want to come back, they'll do it. Yeah. It's just a lifestyle choice. That's what it comes down to.
Water workshops. I'd like to.
Well, I can imagine wanting to live up in Salem.
Yeah.
That habit was hard to break.
There are nice parts in Salem, but they're way out of town and they're only nice if you never have to go to Salem. Like the Northwest Hills out of Salem are beautiful. It's amazing out there.
That Brownsville area is beautiful.
Yep.
Just get out of Salem.
Get out of Salem.
I did have one embarrassing moment with the governor because they're like, okay, get together with the mayor and do a power pose. It's like, what the hell is a power pose? I was like, it's when you stand with like this back to back, and it's like, really? It's like a junior high picture.
Yeah, junior high prom.
Yeah, exactly. That was funny. And but the good part was all the commissioners were talking to the governor, so I was like, oh, if I go talk to her wife, that's probably the next best thing. And so I was talking to her, and I showed her the dog, and I showed her one of the videos I have of barnacles or something. She was like, oh, ha, and laughing, and we were getting along. And then the governor looks up and like, hey, do I have to watch out for something over there? So she was very like down to earth and human. It was cool. Probably about the same height as Shayla, I think.
And in the wintertime, they probably break.
I've
Yeah.
never seen her except on TV.
She doesn't really look like she didn't really look like she did on TV.
Really?
I mean, not as much. I think it's because she was like lifelike. Like she wasn't as much as
Well, yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
They'd have
super
to,
laid
they have
back.
to be little robots when they stand up.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, in a lot of our interviews, especially casual, look at her.
Still kept it cool. You know, I mean, comfortable. It wasn't, chilly.
Right.
Where'd Brett go?
That's a
To
lot.
the restaurant.
Is he getting water?
Yeah, they
With that many people in a room.
Yeah, I was really surprised.
Chad says they can't find anybody to work. They interview guys
He loves that thing. Loves that thing.
Man, I don't know. The next generation, like I think Cam and his age group, they're all working.
That's good.
All of those kids are working. Like I see Cam's buddies working in the Dairy Queen. I'm like, oh, you're 14 and you got a job, and good for you. That's pretty awesome.
It's smaller towns.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when everybody retired, when COVID hit,
Open up a
it's
lot
not
of
like
entry-level
young
stuff.
people aren't working. There's a
Well,
lot
no,
of,
I'm not even
there's a
targeting
lot of,
any
yeah.
audience. Yeah, it's-
Them, like,
But it's just, and now there's all these old people that have created more jobs to take care of them. And there just isn't
Well,
a place for them to live or to.
I don't know. I feel like maybe the regulations got laxed or something because now the kids are able to go to work.
Yeah, there's been several at my house lately, and
Looking for a job.
Right?
I'm 60 years old, and I need to tell you, there has not been a better time than this 5-year block we had.
No, we don't.
Between COVID and now.
Yeah.
You didn't let me finish
Run
faster
your
than
way
the
up the ladder very
Right.
quickly.
And go do what it is you want to do all of a sudden because there's an opportunity to do what it is you want to do. No.
You're pulling weeds.
Show up and work. Yep.
Thank you for still being here. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Cam had 3
Oh,
jobs
it is
this
almost
summer.
the limit, isn't it?
Every farmer was like, hey,
Give it
can
another
Cam
20
come?
minutes.
I'm like, well, Cam's
I
working
look
over
at the
here.
agenda, there's not really nothing.
Well, George rounded up both of our kids, but
Yeah.
other people wanted it for Jane.
Yeah.
wanted this, wanted for that.
Okay, so we will resume our meeting. That's right past the 2-hour mark.
Does that mean we have to,
Somebody's got to.
well, the way it's written, I don't know if.
You got to make a
resuming-
motion to extend the
to
meeting.
Resume?
I make a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, second that.
Any discussion on that? Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Velisis,
Yes.
Counselor Rask,
yes.
Counselor Tidy,
No.
Counselor Webb,
No.
Counselor Bogwood.
I feel like 2 hours isn't too late, so if we were talking 3, I would say no, but I'm voting yes to
Oh,
extend.
thank you, Tim. That would have been the hardest tiebreaker for me ever.
I made you do that last time. I couldn't do it.
No, I know. It would have been a lot harder this time. Darn dishes are hurting the city. All right.
Shoot. I'm sorry I didn't.
It's like, no, I'm glad you didn't have. Okay, so we're going to move on to old business 7A, ordinance 2023-15, establishing short-term rental license requirements. And that's on page 6 to 21.
I'll give a brief staff report. This is a second reading of this ordinance, and this is the ordinance. Anyway, it's a second reading of the ordinance. You've seen it. We went through the staff report, and since that time, I did get some feedback, as mentioned on the memo accompanying this, to make a change or two, and you heard from Planning Commissioner Chair Thielen about what he was recommending the changes. And I did have a conference with Council Kudlak on this, and I wondered if she wanted to kind of summarize some of our understanding of going forward on it, and it might involve the renewal item as well.
Okay, thank you, John. I had some questions in regards to some administrative type, how this would be applied in real life scenarios. And the first one that came to mind is the change of ownership definition, where it says means the transfer of title from one person to another. In the estate planning world, people frequently create revocable living trusts, and their property gets transferred to their names as trustees or a successor trustee. And the way that this is written, that transfer to a trust would be considered a change of ownership, and the license would not continue. That's my interpretation based upon the way that's written and the way that I would recommend the city, based upon this document, implement it.
Which section is that?
It is
Page 9.
mine is 9.
That's the third thing down, change of ownership. What would you suggest,
Took out
Shayla?
The last part of that sentence and just said means the transfer of title and didn't put from one person to another, would that?
It is still a transfer of title. You're transferring it from an individual into essentially an entity.
Well, and so what that does is that makes the person who has this license have to think about whether they want to put this property in trust and, or whether, you know, what's more important to them, having the property as a short-term rental or putting the property in a trust. So I agree with Shayla's interpretation. That would be essentially a forfeiture of your short-term rental license. And then they would just have to figure that out, what they want to do.
They would just apply again, right? Is that what?
They might, but if they're forfeiture, then I think they lose the license and then someone else who's in the queue for another license. And it would kind of, so anyway, that's our interpretation. And that would be the impact of this as it's written on the people operating these things.
So is there a definition that describes who or what the change of ownership is? Is there a definition? Like, I mean, if I'm to give it to my son, is that a change of ownership?
Yes.
Yes.
So basically, this is just a very, very, very short-term agreement with the city.
And so the way this
Really
would
not.
play out is, again, if the cap had been met and there were other folks on the waiting list, those people on the waiting list would jump ahead of that renewal.
It wouldn't be a renewal.
Right.
That would be,
It would be
assume they'd apply to renew. Yeah.
Just be a brand new attempt.
I have a question. How would we know if someone transfers the title of their property?
You wouldn't.
There's
Okay.
a lot of things we're not going to know, but I'm
Yeah.
going to go into those a little bit later.
All right.
Well, do you have a fix you recommend, Shayla?
Well, I don't have a fix and I don't have an issue with it. I'm just telling you about how this would play out within the application of the ordinance in City Hall.
Yeah. Is that an issue for you all? Do you guys care how that, if
Can we
that's,
just do something simple as say something like inter-family or for, what's the
Transfer to a trust is
Transfer-
not
No, like the next of kin. Like I would really like to be able to give my business to my son or something like that. And to lose that would seem, it's almost like the 99-year lease in Mexico or something.
question for Shayla? As Brett Webb asked that question, I'm thinking, I've seen where it defines what a transfer of new ownership is, and they talk about, you know, if a subsidiary is this percent, you know what I mean? Could we say transfer does not include transferring to a family trust or a member of the family, or, I mean, we could do that if that's the will of the council.
Right. I mean, we can, this is your ordinance. We
Yep.
can finesse it as you see fit.
I would like to see a family member be able to continue that business on.
So what if we said sale instead of transfer? I guess it still could be.
It's the same, but Greg Thielen has his hand up. He's on the planning commission. He might want to weigh in on this.
Come on up, Greg.
So I have looked at a number of the ordinances, and somewhere on the coast, at least one time, I have seen the language with exception of a family trust. And about to children, I don't know. I don't remember seeing that, but I did see that. I have seen that language in what defines a transfer.
Mhm.
That's an exception.
Allowing
Allowing,
transfer to a
yes.
trust.
Okay.
We should.
All right. So we can make that change to the transfer, saying that transfers do not include transfer to a family trust or.
Can we just say relatives? Or is that too broad?
Well,
Need to define relative. I mean, you're getting
Yeah,
to a
around here,
whole new
that could
bunch
be
of
pretty far
definitions.
out, I guess.
You have the same problem if
family.
somebody inherits it
Yeah.
not in a trust.
Right.
Yep.
So
So the reason, I mean, we can draft this, but I would say it doesn't mean to transfer title from one person to another unless it's to a revocable living trust in which the same person is a trustee. And so that means that it's going from me as being owner to me as trustee of my trust. When it comes out of that trust and gets distributed to an ultimate beneficiary, that will be a transfer of title. And this will be lost.
Typically, the beneficiaries are, well, typically children or something of.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
I think that we might be overthinking this in that we think that there's maybe 27 of these. We're grandfathering them in. Like this situation may come up really infrequently. So
I do a lot of trusts,
I don't know about
Mhm.
that.
probably 10 a month. So
well, but the whole reason that we're putting this into business licenses instead of doing it was the idea that every year people are going to have to renew their thing, right? So, and if they're in good standing, they will get it and such. So I guess
That's
just,
when we'd find out if it's a different person.
yeah.
You know, if it was a child or somebody in a trust.
yeah, because it will be filed with the county and the names will change on the tax records.
Sort of seems to favor a corporate structure, rather than a mom and pop shop type
Yeah.
thing. You know, if Joe's corporate vacation rentals stays Joe's corporate vacation rentals, then they're going to be there for 100 years and they're going to acquire more, perhaps. Meanwhile, my
Well, but-
vacation rental gets booted because I wanted to die. You know what I mean? Doesn't seem, and I'm just throwing it out there. I would just like to be able to defend my position, and this doesn't really seem like a defendable situation to me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing it for what all it is, but
Then
because
what-
it's going to be this is going to happen 27 times. There's 27 of them. Nobody lives forever, right? Except the corporation, Joe's
What's going to happen over and
big
over and
corporation.
over?
It's going to be, and so unless there's a mechanism to review, like a review board. But a review board in this community would almost seem like a rubber stamp. Just
well,
saying, because it's your buddy. You know who he is. You know, it's you don't want to take, his kid's a good kid. Why would you want to take that opportunity? You know, it's tough. I've been on some review boards of permits, and when you take something away from somebody, it hurts. It hurts them. And that's a human being. Then you get the humanity side of it. You know, when they come in and sit in front of you and tell you why they'd like to be excluded from those rules. And it's hard. It's really, really, really hard to do.
Shannon, did you have any other issues with this?
So I did, but I think that they will work themselves out. You know, these things are not perfect and there will be some novel issues that get presented along the way. I have to run through my mind what happens when two of these are within 300 feet of each other and they're both up for renewal. Do they both get, because they're both up for renewal, do they both automatically get in or do they not?
I think it was that we had the 300 feet only for the beginning. So the idea is we're going to grandfather in everybody that is within 300 feet right now, if they're within 300 feet. And
At
so,
renewal as well?
what?
At renewal
Wouldn't apply,
as
yeah.
well?
No. No, everybody's grandfathered in now. And then
That's a condition of being grandfathered.
that's,
Right.
So if they're within 300 feet of one another and they're not automatically going to be able to get renewed, which one gets renewed
No, I think
first?
they are automatically
Are
able
they-
to get renewed. As long as they're in good standing, they can renew. And then if they fall out. So I see Greg. So
Is that what that's?
yeah, so
Okay.
anyway, I think that's okay. So I did want to say that,
Ann appears to have a different.
well,
Is that your understanding, is that they would, even though they're not in conformance, so to speak, they're non-conforming short-term rentals, they would still both be able to be renewed?
that's my understanding. That was my understanding of how we were advised to just do it. So then that way we don't, yeah.
Seems like
Good.
they,
in the memo,
everybody's grandfathered in,
yeah.
then that wouldn't apply to them.
Sure,
Because
but
There's
they're
only
there are
like two
ways
of
to
them or
but there are ways to
that are
lose
100.
your status as well, and that would then open things up. But and those are all addressed in there. But I wanted to go to the memo in the file, which Ann emailed me with some comments, and then the memo in the file says we could have some changes. And I hadn't incorporated those changes into the final version until the city council had a chance to look at them.
Was that expanding the response time on complaints?
Yes,
45
right.
or 60 minutes?
Yep.
Requiring windproof garbage can lids, which are required by county STR ordinances.
Right.
And add language regarding responsible water use and conservation. I feel like that is a good idea, but it could be added in. There was a section in here that had postings and.
Yeah, that's where it is in the good neighbor policy.
Excellent.
Yep.
We should have required low flow fixtures on vacation rentals.
We could still do that.
Really should be required and on
I
every.
mean, we even talked about it during the water curtailment, and it's actually something that could be.
Well, because we know that they use more water at precisely the time we have our water
Add
crisis.
that?
Some of them more than the port.
I think it'd be great if we added that.
I think that would be really good to add that on.
Because one of the things I think, like John, what you'll be telling us how long people have to come in compliance. They could come in 6 months, or they may have until the next time it renews, and so people would have time potentially.
So Greg's question is, at a second reading, generally it's a question of whether it's a material change. And I think just adding a low flow toilet in the big scheme of things, you could say is not a material change that makes this a whole new ordinance that we have another reading on.
So it would be low flow toilets, sink aerators and shower aerators.
So low flow fixtures.
Low flow fixtures.
But what dictates a low flow? Like, is there a gallon
There's a
amount?
government guideline.
Federal standard.
That would be
Oh,
great.
So just that fancy language in it of the government mandated.
That's a great addition. I really like that.
Federal standard.
I think most of these places probably have been done because you can't go to Lowe's or Home Depot and buy a toilet anymore that flushes at 5 gallons or all. I think 1.28 or 1.6 currently gallons per minute or gallons per flush.
And then did we incorporate Greg Thielen's changes into this? And he had mentioned that the renewal language was in there 3 times.
I'd like to show you where that is. It makes sense to me. It's
Yeah.
on top of page 12 or 11, excuse me, in number C,
Section number, maybe?
section number C. If
Nope,
you
but what 5.050?
0.040,
Thank you.
and then number C, cap on short-term operating, and then it says, if at the time of license application for a new short-term rental license, we don't really have to say or a renewal because they're going to be grandfathered in.
I think that's where my confusion came from, was that
Okay.
paragraph.
So if we get rid of or renewed there's 4 times where it says non-renewal, renewal. If we get rid of those, it just makes sense. I think much better sense because it's basically somebody comes in for a new one, and if there's not room, then they're on a waiting list.
And I felt like when Greg and I met that he had already recommended those changes and I had tried to implement. I can't remember because you remember, Greg, you came with that list. Anyhow, so I see that and we can make those changes. And again, I also think those would also not, because of the common sense, it makes it makes sense to remove
So
those.
I have another one that's new because I really tried to go through and read this fresh, even though we've like been reading it like 10 times at this point. And I found what I think is a point of confusion and potential loophole that I'd like to try to explain. So I'll start with page 10 and the definition of short-term rental. It says it means a transient rental, but does not include a bed and breakfast. And to me, I'm thinking, well, wait a second. That seems like a major loophole.
So the short-term rental, and this is a distinction, the short-term rental is for the non-owner occupied. The idea is when it's a bed and breakfast, the owner has to be in there. So
Yes.
so we don't need these anyway,
Yeah,
so that's
but
okay, go
we
ahead.
we're calling that on the previous page, we're calling it a hosted home share.
Sure.
And so I think this creates confusion that somebody could say, oh, well, I'll just serve breakfast at my place and call it a bed and breakfast and get exempted.
So we
So
should then
we
use the
need to,
word hosted home share in there.
yes,
Okay,
and
that's the
or
intent.
if we wanted to put in parentheses bed and breakfast after hosted home share, but I think hosted home share is the correct term. And I think the way the rest of the ordinance reads, though, John, a hosted homestay is a short-term rental because elsewhere in here we are requiring people who are doing hosted homestays to show proof of occupancy. And the thing that they're getting, they have to still follow the rules, but the thing they're getting is that there's no cap. So they can be in the residential areas beyond the number of them. And so that I think was the intent, but it's kind of confusing. So I think the fixes, and I hope I'm right, but I could be wrong, is that we cut the bed and breakfast out of number 10. We just get rid of that mention. We have the definition is just, does not include motel, hotel, or RV parks. And then we have to actually, I think in the other ordinance, which is the number of them,
The resolution.
the resolution, that we have to add in there that hosted homestays are not capped in the residential zones. So that means, I think the idea is the hosted homestays, people still have to pay TLT taxes and do all these things, but there's no cap.
Okay,
I think that was the intent. Does that make sense?
makes sense to me.
Makes sense to you, Greg?
Okay,
It's good, Ann.
Can we revisit Shayla's first question about the definition of change in ownership? We didn't.
Good point.
so far, if I'm tracking, the council consensus was that if it went into at least a revocable trust, it would not be a transfer, that we were going to add that. That was what I was my takeaway there, but yeah. And
Do we want to include or transfer through inheritance?
Maybe that's the
It's up to
keyword.
you. It's
Where was that at again?
Well, I mean, I think on a personal level, a lot of people create revocable living trust for estate planning purposes to avoid probate and do all those things. It technically is to another entity, but they still hold the property. They can sell it, they can do whatever you want with it. So, and they can revoke it. They can undo their trust and take the property back just in their name. So I don't necessarily consider that to be a transfer per se, but legally it is. And so it would be my opinion that that shouldn't revoke the permission to do this. But in inheritance, maybe that should. Maybe when you take title through an inheritance, maybe you don't get that right. But that's something that's up to the council to determine.
Right, and like Tim said, he said, I think we should allow somebody to, pass it on to their children.
So,
Which we need to decide if we agree with that.
so if we change where am I looking at? Where is the owner's renter? What am I looking
Page
for here?
9.
Oh, not transfer.
Change your property
Change of
ownership.
ownership.
From one person to another.
So instead of saying transfer, if we said means the sale of title from another person to another, would that leave the trust and all that other wordage out?
Well, sale is for consideration for money. There are lots of ways to work around that, I
Right.
think.
But I
1031,
mean,
1031 exchange.
Yeah.
Can't we
God, if
just
they're
say
that
that-
motivated to have a vacation rental though, it's probably gonna be a pretty good one.
I think where this is gonna come into effect, so you leave this to maybe your child or another family member, and they already have a home, but they still want to keep this home and they want to be able to use it somehow. They can use it that way, or they can use it as a long-term rental. It just depends on how far we want to peg them down to it.
Well, but
I think families should be able to continue on with it, but that's just my personal opinion.
well, I think we have to go back to the goal of this though, which is that the ones in the commercial units and the ones in the 10 MU are not capped. So
Sure.
they will have the full right of whatever because people will be able to do them. But our goal with this was in and I mean, I could go either way if everybody wants to do it the other way, but I think our goal was to have residences and protect housing so that we have more like workforce housing and that kind of stuff. So in that sense, to me, it seems like, you know, if that person is going to die and they want their kid to have the house, I think, you know, it's not like we're taking away something from them. They could sell the house, they could long-term rent the house, they could do all these things, and that would meet the goal of the city to not be losing our housing more. And I mean, to me, 3 or 4 houses in our community makes a difference of, I mean, this past 3 weeks, I've been trying to find houses for a couple of people looking for who have jobs here now. So to me, it's just like the difference between 3 and 5 houses is actually a big deal for our whole community. So I guess I would lean towards keeping it for the revocable trust thing, but then I don't know.
Not for inheritance.
Yeah.
So you're thinking that the house will pass to the child, but not the license?
Yeah.
So can I just ask a question? Some of these houses are so expensive that a lot of these folks aren't going to be able to afford them. So I guess what you're going to end up having is you're going to have people that are going to come into our community that have lots of money to buy these houses is what's going to happen. I'm talking $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 houses, and they're here. And a lot of them are vacation rentals that we're talking about. Some of those houses are approaching probably close to $1 million. So those are the ones I was thinking of that would go to a family member. But I do know we're trying to protect our housing for long-term rentals. My personal opinion, a very small percentage of it is going to turn that direction, but that's just my opinion.
You can look at the map, right? We have a map of them. Is it?
The map's not accurate, by the way, but anyway,
Oh,
I'll
did we
look
get
at
'em?
it.
Okay, well, I was just going to say we could kind of look and see there's some neighborhoods I would agree with Tim that.
Oh,
are
no,
that,
yeah.
And then
no.
there's some that are
Sure.
not. So, you know, there's kind of all over the place. But I think it's only going to be the residential ones that we're talking about because the other ones, so some of the fancier ones,
Sure.
you know,
But
are
they're
in the
in,
neighborhoods that
like
are.
Lakeshore.
Yeah.
Like
that's
I
the
was
one.
looking at Lakeshore, by the way, there's only 2 dots on Lakeshore. I thought there was a whole bunch of houses on Lakeshore. There's not?
There is.
So what's the 2 dots represent?
The 2 vacation rentals,
Vacation rentals.
all the red dots.
Short
are
term.
The
vacation.
red dots are
So
short-term
there's,
vacation.
and by the way,
So,
these,
well, that's what I'm saying. I thought there were more short-term rentals on Lakeshore Drive. There's not?
Go to.
There's only
well,
2?
if I could, that shows the 2 that have registered with a business license and have paid TLT. So those are the ones we are grandfathering. If there are, and so the ones, if there are short-term rentals on Lakeshore, we would say,
Okay.
yeah,
Understand.
okay.
Totally get that.
Okay.
So there's only 2 that have been paying.
Do you know what the different sizes of those dots are, John? And
I asked Joseph that question. They did not, there's no meaning behind the size of the dots.
So we have to decide if we want it to transfer to kids or not.
Currently, it's not that way. And the only change we'd be making would be to accept from the transfer rule, the to transfer to a revocable living trust with the same person as a trustee.
Right.
Nice, cool.
So
If you want to make a motion to do that, you'll know for sure what's going to happen.
I would make a motion that we change that to transfer to, I just don't know how to word it. Do we just want to?
Inheritance, is that what you're looking for?
Inheritance, do we want it to go further down the line to a family member? That's where it can get kind of.
I kind of agree with, having heard what Dan said though, these were, I think, in my opinion, illegal businesses. And what we've done is said, you know what, we're going to okay your illegal businesses for the rest of your life. And to say then we were going to hand the illegal business off to your son, you know, like I'm thinking how, because, well, there are commercial enterprises in residential.
It's new ground though.
But you understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're
You get where
saying,
I'm
but
coming
they
from.
weren't really illegal businesses.
Well,
It was a change in the times, and short-term rentals just
Well-
kind of, it took a wave over the whole United States.
it did, but I just,
They're putting businesses in our
they're putting
residential.
that's what it is. It's the zoning part of it that I see as the most dangerous, you know, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
just having heard her say that, it kind of reminded me what we were actually,
Okay.
because like, I don't want to take nothing from anybody
Yeah.
either.
Well, yeah, no, yeah, because I respect your comment about the boat. I mean, you don't want
Right.
your boat not to be able to transfer to your kids, or, you know, I don't want my RV park, which has nothing to do with
Right,
it,
right.
to be transferred to my kids. I'm just thinking about common folks. That's
Right,
all I'm thinking
right.
about. And I don't really want to go out on a limb, say they started an illegal business. I know where you're coming from, but it was just this wave that come across. There was a shortage of hotels, motels in these kinds of areas, and people just got creative and figured out a way to make it work for them. Some of these people are local people that aren't, you know, they're from here.
Yeah,
They just have a second house for whatever reason, and they want to make a.
What I've seen though,
living.
Tim, is I've seen our residents move to the hotels that we're in, and they're
Oh, yeah,
crappy now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And the people from the hotel come into the houses. It's just like that. I don't know that I would question if there's been any growth at all from it.
Well, I threw a
In
motion
fact,
out
I think
there.
they
I don't
would.
know if there was a
Oh, yeah.
second
No,
or
I don't
anyone's
know.
interested, and it doesn't really matter.
You didn't finish
I
it.
didn't hear it.
Pardon me?
You didn't finish it.
Oh. So I didn't know how far to carry it. So, my motion was to be able to transfer the property to, a family member, I guess. I'll leave it that large. Inheritance can get into, you can leave it to other people.
That's just it,
And
yeah.
those are the folks I'm not trying to protect. I'm
Immediate
trying to
family?
protect the family.
Immediate
member.
family? That's, immediate family is your children, correct? Your spouse or children.
I like immediate family, but what if your children have died or something? And I guess then it gets lost. So
Then-
I can live with immediate family. Those are the ones I would like to help.
And there's how many of those, Ann?
Well, there's going to be 27 in the residential, we think at this point, maybe it'll be 25 that are going to get grandfathered in. And, you know, some of these in the residential are like those high-end ones that Tim is talking about, but then there's a lot that there are others that are not.
But
So,
this doesn't just apply to those that are grandfathered in.
no, it
Applies
does.
to any time.
No, because the ones that are not grandfathered in,
Yeah, it's
there's
just-
no limit. So there's never going to be a cap. The ones, the 10 MU and the commercial, there's no cap.
Right,
So they can just
right.
apply at any time. And if
Gotcha.
they're in good standing, they can do it. So.
Well, and it looks like one of these might not even have I'm not going to name any names or anything, but it looks like one of them that doesn't even have a certificate for dwelling is marked as a vacation rental. So we also have to worry about.
That might be correct.
Those
Is that the
kind of
one on
things,
Agate
too.
Road or?
No,
Okay.
no. I don't want to pick on anybody because I always pick
So
on
can we say means a transfer of title from one person to another except by virtue of transfer to family trust or to immediate family? Does that work?
Well, do you have to throw the family trust in there if you say immediate family?
I think just throw immediate
Yes.
family
You
in.
still do?
That's different.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion, but Tim have to remove his first.
Pardon me?
You'd have to withdraw your
I'll
motion.
withdraw
or-
my motion. Go ahead.
Okay, I make a motion that we change it to read, means the transfer of title from one person to another by virtue, except by virtue of transfer to family trust or immediate family member.
It's a nice motion, Perry.
It is.
And then
Thanks.
Real nice, real
so
nice.
does that then carry on through generations? So you
I'm
make,
out though. We either need a first or a second before we start conversation. We got to get back.
I'll second.
Okay, so, sorry, Ann, go ahead.
so does that mean then that transfers down to the next generation and the next generation? Basically, that's the
Probably,
goal.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what's kind of cool about it. If you think of a family business that's been supporting this family for a while, I mean, you would think that that family means in town more than.
You could also say like, okay, I've been making moonshine and it's illegal, and I want to hand my still down to my son.
Hardly.
And I'm just saying, that's what, I'm actually trying to work with everybody here on this. I don't have, my opinion's not chiseled in stone on this whole thing. And it wouldn't be moonshine, it would be other things, but the part that we want to, if we want to encourage growth in our community, you could say that this would be something that would encourage growth. If someone really wanted to have a vacation rental here, they could build one in the proper zone. And that house would turn into housing for, long-term for housing, and it would open up a motel room, which would also,
No, we have, I'll just
Great
say, like, I know like one person who actually bought a house up in a neighborhood that they were going to do it as a vacation rental, and then they heard we were doing this, and now they're doing long term. So it's a house that could have been a great vacation rental. It could have been great for their economy. Personally, they realized we were doing this, and they said, hey, we're going to do long-term rental anyway because we want to be a member of the community that's supporting that. So to me, I kind of feel like, yeah, I mean, you could make a living doing a vacation rental. You could also make money short-term rental, long-term renting it, or you could get your money out by selling it, So I guess I don't have that feeling of like you're really taking something away. But anyway, I know I've already said that. So, but I'm just saying again, it's not that big of a deal.
in this, do we address if can the person rent long-term while possessing the license of a short-term rental?
No.
They can't do
I
that?
know.
Yeah, you can't, why can't you?
Like, there's nothing to prevent that.
Right, that's
Well,
what, I mean, I
because
would
I
hope
think you have to
not.
pay your TLT taxes in order to apply next year.
TLT taxes if they stay
If it's
30
over.
days or longer. Yeah, that's all sorted out.
But don't you have to use your permit?
You have to use your permit.
Use it, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You have to have so many days rented in a year month or a year period.
In a year, I think, what it was, I can't remember the day.
And the whole thing is too,
So,
the,
Ooh.
And of course, that's the time that it's hard to mute.
See how clear the audio is now?
Wow, that's fabulous.
Thank you, Dana.
We
That's
can
a good
hear
example.
ourselves 3 times over.
Watch your side conversation, guys.
Oh my
really,
goodness.
he is. I was going to say, well, gosh, now I forgot what I was going to say.
You said it twice?
Does anybody remember? No.
It was an
What were we
echo.
talking about? Oh, I
You
know.
had to use
That the idea, we have this, we're kind of part of this. I mean, the primary goal, as far as I'm concerned, is that protecting our housing, our middle housing. But the other goal is that it does raise revenue for our community. And so if we're then gonna say we're gonna let these, so there's an advantage to then having the ones that are the vacation rentals have to show that they're actually doing it. So somebody's not just kind of gaming the system by getting the permit, but then not really renting them, I
That
guess.
sounds like an argument that a short-term rental in a neighborhood is a moneymaker. That's almost what it sounds like for the community, like it's a win.
Well, it
But
is.
your argument did, I
No,
disagree.
I'm
I
just
think
saying
it's a
that
lose.
it's a balance, but that if I'm actually talking maybe a little bit more about the other ones that are in the 10 MU and the
Oh, yeah,
commercial
right.
but I guess if you're saying that if maybe if we wanted them to just rent long-term instead, that,
Well, I think the economy, I think you're gonna see a lot of them turning back to short term. Just, yeah, just, I have a couple friends who have some here and they're not doing well this year. Or even maybe even last year or something. And
I got a call for the vote here. Greg, did you have something to add real quick?
Thank you. Yeah, I did have something to add about the subject of a use, whether it could be used as a long-term rental during the short-term rental period. And at our workshop, we all, at least the folks who were there and the commission also agreed that there should be a proof of use line in there, which didn't make it into our final draft. But it is something that the planning commission recommends and I submitted, and we approved the version that's in the what's that town? Gold Beach, the Gold Beach ordinance, which they just wrote, which is, it was in one of our documents, but it basically says that the owner must use the property must use the property 30 days within the prior year as shown on a TLT tax receipts.
That was going to
We
be
have the
It's
TLT
real
tax
straightforward.
receipts to cover that portion of it. We don't need to create another document.
But it's not in here.
But it's not in here.
Oh, okay.
It's
gotcha.
not in this draft that you're seeing.
Yeah.
It didn't make
Okay.
it.
But I let you get off the subject that we were on, which was the trust and the family members, and we are
We are on.
And motion on the
in the
table,
middle
yeah.
of a vote. Not to interrupt you, Greg, because it all has merit, but is there any more discussion on that point? Okay, I'll call for the vote then. Just to reiterate the motion, I can't say it as nicely as Perry did, but
That was fabulous, Barry, by the way.
Did you write it down? Did you write it down?
Oh, I think Dana's got it on record.
Okay, means the
Dana's got-
transfer of title from one person to another, except by virtue of transfer to a family trust or immediate family member.
Okay, that's what we're voting on. Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Pogwitz,
Tim, yes.
Counselor Tidy, Counselor Webb,
Webb, no.
Counselor Rask,
Yes.
and Counselor Velisis.
no.
Okay, motion passes 4-2. We haven't had one of those in a while. All right, so we are still delving through this.
Yeah,
We have established that.
Is that page one all the way through it yet or what?
Yeah, really.
Can I just ask,
We're almost through the definitions.
are the other things that we discussed but we did not take motions on, are those things that we are willing to go by consensus on that we discussed earlier, like those adding the thing about,
So,
I'm assuming so too. Is that how you're reading it, Sean? The things that we were discussing before? Or do we have to make
Right.
separate?
Well, so far we just did one motion. So if you want to make the other amendments that were in the memo and include the low flow devices, there would be a motion for that.
I would make a motion that we pass this ordinance with the following amendments. That we add to the good neighbor policy language regarding responsible water use, that we expand the response time on complaints to 45 minutes, that we require windproof garbage can lids, that we amend section 5.05040 section C to remove reference to renewals, that we amend the definition of short-term rental to remove reference to the bed and breakfast enterprise, and that we require low flow devices or fixtures in that, and the other one that we just did.
should we make mention of federal guidelines on those low flow? I don't want people just to like say, well, that's low flow, you know.
Okay, I will amend that to add low flow fixtures as defined in federal guidelines or state guidelines.
Second.
Okay. My only discussion on it that jumps out is 45 minutes is still pretty rough when everything
Yes,
is
I
an
agree.
hour away.
I agree.
Like,
But you know, I just feel like I really feel like it's opportunity for locals to have a job.
Mhm.
And, you know, I think that's really important. And I think it's really important that these be monitored by locals.
Mhm. I think they will be. But it's just that 45-minute timeline was the only thing that stuck in that motion of.
I had a local request that we change that from 30 to 60. But that's
So
just,
I said 45 to 60 in my recommendation. I just happened to choose 45 when I was going through that.
Okay,
but
sorry. Yeah, that was.
Alright.
yeah.
We could change it to 60 if everybody would rather do that.
And that was one of the biggest complaints I got.
Friendly amendment,
People, yeah.
60.
And one
Maker
was the local.
accepts it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, do we amend the motion or do we pull that part of it out?
Nope, there was a friendly amendment and the maker accepted it, so the motion stands as amended.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay, so we're moving forward then. That's what we need to be doing.
We're ready to vote.
We are ready to vote if there's no more discussion.
So I do have one thing. And I highlighted it in one of these pages. And Jesus, I don't know where it's at. Because this is the third time I've highlighted stuff on this. So we are creating quite a job for our city administrator. I'm just here to tell you right now, this isn't something that a person can do once a year for 2 hours. This person's going to have to be on top of this all the time, checking all those sites.
There's only 27 of them, so it's not like
There's-
there's hundreds.
No, these things change all the time, Greg.
I get that, but I'm saying there's not like there's hundreds of these short-term rentals.
There's people going to be, so do we have black market marijuana in this town?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to have black market houses in this town. Who's going to police it? That's
Complaint driven, ordinance enforcement, and now what we do?
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is somebody's going to have to police this.
I think it'll be complaint driven too.
Okay, I'm okay if that's.
And also, Tim, I'll just mention that I know like last fall, Joseph and Greg and I went to a planning conference with Crystal Shoji and we met the planning director up in Bandon, and they actually contract with a service that helps them do this. And, you know, so those are kinds of things that we could look into that John, when he figures out how this is going to work out. So, I mean, there are options, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, from that angle, if it's a service, it's just math. We just pass that savings on to the customer because we know we have 25 or 27 or whatever it is. So it's just their SDC fee for having a vacation rental.
Well, there are going to be so these houses change all the time. They go on, they go off, they go on, they go off. And you're going to have people doing this, not paying TLT and those kinds of things. In my mind, those are the people we want to be going after, not the people that pay their TLT fees and follow the guidelines.
Right.
So we're just going to let this just
I
kind
think, Tim, that the people that we're regulating right now, they will be the ones who go after
Okay.
the other guys. I would think, I would hope. I mean, I don't know, maybe no, I don't,
Well,
maybe not hope, but.
there's going to be work to be done is all I'm saying.
And then, the costs, the administrative costs will be handed down. Have we figured that the cost of the license would include
Sure.
that cost, right?
Yeah, that'll take care of that.
Like, I just wonder if we can't, is it another day, a month that it would take to kind of?
I would think it's going to take minimum that.
Okay, so an application fee is $400. If I'm $50 an hour, that's 8 hours. So that's a day to do one application, and I think I could do more than one application a day, but
That's per year.
But
well, that's
don't want
what are you saying?
That per year?
What do you mean?
That's $400 per year.
Yeah, and you only and basically you do the work kind of once unless you get complaints.
Right. That's what I think we're referring to.
And so
Dina did do a good job of finding who advertised, like we used to who advertised to kind of vet out who was good and who was bad. Yeah, it's all cumbersome and nothing's going to be perfect.
Yeah. No, it's just, I mean, we had one of these houses for a year and a half and we did a lot of research and I mean, you'd go on and the next day there'd be like 3 houses that weren't there. I mean, it's that crazy. They have backed off some because it's been a little bit
Did you sell
slow.
yours, Tim?
Can we implement
You
a
know,
fine
not
for
all.
people that are illegally running a
Yeah, that's part
It's
of
in
it.
here.
short-term rental?
Do we
Part
have,
of
do we, so there was a motion and a second?
Yep.
Mhm.
And a
Okay.
bunch of fixes.
And yeah, and so the only thing that changed on that was the 45 to 60 so far.
Yep.
Correct. Is there any other changes that people would be interested in making? Okay, we're
I
getting
mean,
close to calling for the
I
vote.
didn't have anything that was that crazy, but I just wanted to point out there is going to be some work to be done.
Yep.
I wonder about these fine amounts, the amounts of these fines. That's all my one thought was, what's the $500 fine? Ain't nothing.
2 nights of vacation rental.
Yeah, on
Nothing.
some of those houses, it's
I
one
mean-
night.
Yeah.
Some of the big houses.
That's a very good point, Brett. I was wondering about, yeah, where the fees kind of came from, because we do want them
The
to cover
fees
the
or the
cost.
fine?
Well, both.
How much can we find?
I guess
Well,
sometimes the
hopefully-
fines are related to,
It's a really good tool to tell people that we're serious.
$500 a day.
I think it's pretty good.
$500 a day? So the only real, and then imagine our judge saying, oh man, yeah, we'll cut that down to 250 because that's what judges do, right? Don't they? I don't know. I know people, if you're in this type of a business because you can make a little bit more than a long term, it's going to be a matter of compliance, right? Your compliance is going to determine whether it's going to be profitable for you or not. And if your fines are such that you can be non-compliant and still profitable, then we've wasted all our time. It seems like. I don't know.
Well, the weird part is the fine is in addition to revocation.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so it's
All right.
not just a fine. We can, yeah.
Gotcha. So on the third, see, I tried to familiarize myself
Well,
pretty good
but,
with this, but
well, hold on a
I
second.
haven't been involved the whole time.
No, but think about it though. What you're just saying is, okay, so then they don't have a license, and what if they're unlicensed and we're just fining them
Right.
$500 a day? But that's $500 a day. Are you telling me someone could afford $500 a day if they kept?
Well, no, I mean, I don't
unlicensed?
know. I don't really
Yeah.
exactly understand how it applied. I mean, we're saying that,
5,000 for a penalty sounds a lot more
well,
We
toothy
don't
than.
even, a shoplifter doesn't even get fined that much.
They don't.
They get slapped on the hand.
well, that's because
Yeah, but
there's
we
no
don't know if
space in a
they've been
jail,
stealing
Tim.
3 years.
If there was space in that jail, trust me, we'd throw those shoplifters in jail and we would make money off them.
Yeah.
That's how it works. There's no space.
how
We need to do
how difficult is it to change, to make adjustments to these as we go? Because I mean, I think this has been a lot of work. There's been a lot of great work that's gone into it from the Planning Commission, people doing research. A lot of this is coming from other ordinances that have been being, vetted elsewhere. So it's not like we're just pulling this out of our ear or something. But as we go, if we need to make adjustments, how hard is it to do that, John or Shayla?
Well, if you want to do an adjustment on an emergency basis, you can do that at one meeting.
Uh-huh.
And it's effective immediately. And if you want to, otherwise it's, one reading or 2 readings and you're good to go.
Okay.
There'll be things that we missed. There's no doubt about it.
And that's a good point, because we can always come back in and tweak it.
Adjust if need be, I guess is what I'm saying. Because we may never ever feel 100% comfortable that we got it just all right, but
We don't know how it's going to fly until we.
It's the beauty of
What are we doing in
legislation.
commercial if people aren't
The
paying?
only thing that's chiseled in stone really is our charter.
Same.
It's the only thing that's really chiseled in stone is the charter, and
that
that can be changed too. Yeah. It would be hard, but it could be.
You ready for the vote, Mr. Mayor?
I am.
And this again is on the whole thing
Yes.
with amendments,
Yeah.
as stated. That's right.
Yep. Okay, Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Rask,
Yes.
Counselor Tidy,
Yes.
Counselor Bogwoods,
Tim, yes.
Counselor Velisis,
Yes.
and Counselor Webb.
Yes.
Nice.
All
Got
right.
a
just
unanimous
like that.
vote on a big one.
Just like that.
Congratulations,
Thank you,
planning.
Greg, and please
Greg,
make
thank
sure
you
and
so
thank
much.
the planning commission. It was a pretty long road, but it's really important, so I'm happy it was a long road.
Yeah. Thank you for your excellent work.
So much.
Yeah, that was huge.
We got other stuff
Your
too?
next meeting, you'll be happy now, Greg.
Okay. We're gonna go to 7B, ordinance 2023-18, granting a 10-year franchise to Coos Curry Electric Company, Inc., automatically renewing for a subsequent 10 years if not negotiated.
I'd make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-18.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we talked about this last month. Go ahead and call for the vote. Counselor Burns?
Yes.
Counselor Rask?
Yes.
Counselor Velisis?
Yes.
Counselor Webb?
Webb, yes.
Counselor Tidy?
Yes.
Counselor Pogwitz?
Tim, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to new business. I gotta be like this during the reports too. I'll work on that, John. You can kick me under the table at any time. But don't
Hard.
use my gavel.
Hard.
All right.
That's all I want to do.
I've got to move to the city if you want to use the gavel. Okay, so we're through that. 8A, new business.
I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2023-19, approving a part-time contract for financial services through June 30th, 2024 with Mr. David Johnson, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll second that.
And this makes me very happy.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to give a little 2 bits on that? Or go ahead, Greg.
We have this budgeted correctly.
David has found the money in the budget for this.
Well, that's not surprising.
What and what I asked him that same question, and what he said is he is doing it very similar to how it was done before, where a percentage of this is coming out of the different departments' carryover of their budgets.
Isn't it weird that we wouldn't budget for a position that we wanted to fill this year, though?
David will save us this amount.
I know that.
No,
I
but I'm
know
just saying we
your
accepted a budget without budgeting for someone that we were looking to fill those shoes.
That budget, this place was on fire.
I understand that.
This place was on fire.
Okay, I got to get my head off of that.
Miss-
Okay.
That's it. You know what I mean?
Good work, Pat.
That's,
Any other discussion?
yeah, that's what you ask me all the time is, do we have a
I'm
budget?
working on my reactions. It's always my reactions.
Good. You're doing good.
I just going to say 2 things. One is to build on what Greg was saying. Also, we're making a lot of other budget adjustments too that we're anticipating. So hopefully, for other payments from staff raises or whatever. So hopefully it will all come out in the wash.
No, and we'll have someone to grill about the financials like we're supposed to. It's going to be great.
So
This is just a contract with Dave, though. This is not hiring, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that's the thing I was going to bring up is on here you have while we hire a full-time finance director.
That was one of David's things in his quote, if I'm not mistaken. That's in his very own bid.
Okay. Oh, because I just kind of feel like I feel like we still need to have a conversation about what the configuration of staffing is moving forward. And I think it would be great to have David here, but I feel like we still don't know if we're going to have a half-time finance director and a full-time and a half-time city administrator. We need to kind of we need to have that discussion too at some point, which may be muddying the waters, but we need to put it on.
I don't know if it is. I mean, depending on how this works out, again, you guys had a nice 3-page list. I've plowed through that pretty good, and we've got a few, pokers in the fire, as the saying goes. But at the same time, I would like to think that if I could get this job to be maybe half-time, and if I could get someone like David or as good as David, I think you could have a half-time finance and a half-time city manager. His skill set is really good with that part of the shop, and then my skill set works on the other part of the shop. But what what I think really happened with David, besides, just the natural human inclination to retire and, go off into the sunset, was that people said he was kind of like a de facto city administrator. And I just don't know that that was, suitable for him on a lot of different reasons. So I think if I could take that part of the job and have him do the real, money crunching part of it, I think you guys would get a good product without having to pay 2 full-time people. And then if you could actually hire someone with my skill set and David's skill set, I don't know who that would be, but it'd probably be somebody coming out of a finance department at a larger city who wanted to scale down, or who was looking up the ladder and didn't see advancement and wanted to get the leap to, the top dog, or whatever word you want to use, CEO, CF, whatever. I think you could find some good candidates with experience and stuff. But right now with David and myself here, I think you have a good tenured staff, administrative staff, top level administrative staff, that you can accomplish a lot of things. And maybe if we get to a level where we're operating smoothly, again, I think halftime him and halftime me would work out really well.
So,
But I don't want to muddy the waters with this contract right now. This is a very simple contract.
But that full-time thing that's not part of it. That's just happens to be a side.
Well, we need to advertise. David's saying this is not a long-term proposition at this point. He doesn't want you guys to think this is going to last for a long time.
But we could advertise for a half-time position.
We can advertise for all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can have this
Sorry,
conversation,
that was not- that
and
wasn't
remember,
helpful, was it?
anything with personnel, we can change any month. Like, we have the control to be like, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do halftime because we need this, or,
Sorry,
And I want to throw in, because that's kind of bugged me a little bit about the halftime administrator. I just see too many things down the road for grants, grant administration, the vacation rentals. There's just going to be a lot of stuff coming down the pipe.
Okay. All right.
Which means it's a conversation.
Yeah, but I don't want that to muddy the current item, though. It's context.
So this particular item, not having a financial director cost us what David's salary was when he left here, plus the audit to pay for the audit alone. So what I'm trying to say, by hiring him, he'll keep us out of that position.
No, I think everybody
We're
agrees
going to
with
be
that.
money ahead of the game. I mean, that was like $100,000 mistake we made, not having a finance director.
So did we make a motion to move ahead with this?
Yeah.
We seconded it?
First and
Okay.
second. I have one question, though. Access to the city's financial system will be reimbursed monthly by the city of Port Orford. What does that mean?
Oh, that means his VPN. So he's going to be doing a lot of work from home, and he's going to be accessing our stuff, and he has to pay for some,
Nominal fee.
Yes, exactly.
It's not really even a fluctuating fee. It's
right.
just the, gotcha.
It's like the city will give you internet at home.
Yes.
If you ask for it.
Right.
Got it.
But it was worded in a way that makes you say, what are you saying there?
I had to ask.
Yep. Yeah. But that's what the only reason I knew the answer is because I said, what do you mean?
Accountant talk.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on this consulting contract? Okay, that sounds like I need to call for the vote. It's getting kind of quiet in here. Counselor Tidy.
Yes.
Counselor Rask.
Yes.
Counselor Pogwitz.
Tim, yes.
Counselor Webb.
Webb, yes.
Counselor Burns.
Yes.
Counselor Velisis.
Yes.
Sweet Dave's back.
Gain a little bit. Oh no, where'd my agenda go? Okay, wait a minute. Do I have a page 2 here?
Sure.
Gosh, even when Joseph's thank you. So nice to number them for me. I still get it messed up. We are on resolution 2023-20, establishing cap on the number of short-term rentals licensed in the residential zones.
So this is another thing that we could change down the road. So we could just go ahead and say 27 for now.
And this one's actually better because they broke it out into a resolution, so we can change it a lot easier than the ordinance.
Is there 27 legal?
Yes,
Yes.
Legal.
that
What about
Dina found. Yeah.
the ones that are illegal are just, they're done, right?
I think they're shit out of luck.
Yeah,
So
serious.
Okay.
years ago, had we established some sort of a control date years ago, this
Yeah.
would have been much easier.
Oh, yeah,
I think.
I agree.
There's a couple issues like that.
Well, people that approached me when we started talking about this, they said, what's the best thing I can do, Tim? Can I come to meetings? Who can I
Get your
tell?
license.
What do I do? I said, well, what you do is you need to establish yourself as a
Yeah.
legal
Right.
entity. You need to be paying TLT taxes. You need to have a business license. That was the best advice I could give them.
Mhm.
Did they listen? I don't know.
Well, 27 is, I remember we asked Terry what the number was, and
It was 60 at one point.
It was at
Maybe
one
that's
point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
but that
overall.
was
though.
including all of
Yeah,
them.
that's not just.
It was something like, so it was, that was 7% of the 700 was the total, right?
Anybody have any idea? how
It doesn't
many
matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter.
residential
I'm
houses we
sorry.
have
Go ahead.
Off the top of their head?
How many
What?
what?
How many residential homes?
Well,
we
there's
have?
must be about 700 because that's how many water accounts we have.
But that's not just residential. That's all of our water accounts.
Right.
Oh.
Well,
Like 25 out of how many?
Where's John?
John left.
It's, the number's really a pretty good number, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Okay, percentage. Well, yeah.
I honestly, I didn't think we were gonna get to a number that low. So if we get to
I know,
that
'cause-
number, we've done a very good job, in my opinion, and these folks did a pretty good job of guiding.
Because you want to say 300 at least.
Oh,
Residentials, you would think.
there's
yeah.
close to six.
Houses
There's,
out of the
Yeah.
700 meters. It's probably more like 450.
I'd say closer to 550. Yeah.
So that-
I would say close
That
to-
27 is pretty.
Well, you're talking about the
strict.
zoning. I mean,
we're talking about residential.
No, I mean
Just zoning.
residential,
Right,
probably
right,
around
but there's
450,
mixed.
500, and that might be low.
Yeah. R1,
that ought to be a number that somebody just says, "Bleh." One of you guys.
They didn't.
Well,
I
I'm,
just said 350 to 400. Did you
Yeah.
want an accurate number?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna
I
say
would make-
4 to
I would
6.
make a motion that we move forward and pass this resolution.
20,
number
23, 20.
2320, putting a cap on the number of short-term
I'll
rentals.
second that.
At what number? Because it's blank.
27.
Oh, at 27.
Thank you.
Well, it's not.
It
On the
isn't
resolution, it says
blank.
27.
Oh,
Thank you.
it is in
Good.
there.
Yeah.
I
But
did
I-
not know that.
So do we have a second?
Yeah, that-
Oh, you
Brett
seconded.
that was me before
So
you.
we have to do one,
I
we do
firsted
have
you.
to do, thank you, the one
Mine's blank.
amendment though. So I should have added the amendment, which is we have to say that hosted homestays are not capped. We need to add that to this.
Rescind your second, I guess, and then just add that.
Yeah.
Yeah, friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to withdraw your second?
Amend it.
Man, that's just like, here we go again with this new stuff. Hosted homestays are not part of the cap.
Goes back to the bed and breakfast conversation.
And that's
Right.
like the idea that local people, if they wanted to rent a room, that would give
Okay,
them.
all right,
the
okay,
thing,
yeah, I'm
as
good with
opposed
that.
to the corporation.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm withdrawing mine. And so I'm saying, I make a motion to pass
Easy, guys.
resolution
We're doing motions.
2320 at a cap of 27 with the amendment of adding that hosted homestays will not be capped in residential zones.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, any discussion?
You know, I have one thing to say about the hosted homestays. And in reading this, it says that those are if the owner is spending one night. And I think maybe it should be successive nights or maintaining residence or something.
It says
along
one
those
night?
lines.
One night
Staying
per
like-
what?
Overnight. It says staying overnight or
Yeah, it says.
stays
staying
overnight. Yeah.
And that
Here's
seems
my
a little
house, but
vague.
I'll be in the shed.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
You can rent out
But
the
you know, I
room.
mean,
You can
hey,
rent out
can
the room.
somebody
No,
can
you see,
say,
is
you
that what it
know,
said?
if I spend the night with you, if I can have one room, then, you know, I can be a hosted homestay
true.
for one night.
It says.
But that's not on this resolution that we're voting on right now. So
Well,
it's,
Oh, wait a
we
minute.
would
Oh,
have to
Hold on, we got
revisit
Mr.
that.
Freeman.
That's a definition, huh?
Huh?
Oh, Greg's got it here.
Go ahead, Greg.
Let's see. He's gonna tell us how good he
Didn't you
did.
guys define hosted homestay?
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
It is defined and it's also states that you have to you have to prove that you actually live there with your
Right.
driver's license, your tax
Two of the
records,
three
Okay.
different.
whatever. You have to live there.
Okay.
You have to show.
That makes me
It's,
feel
it's
better.
every night.
Yeah.
That's your residence.
It's your
because
residence. You live there.
Primary
It's not your-
residence. Can we say
So
primary
that-
residence? Can you
Uh,
call it your primary
what does
residence?
it say?
Does say that.
Does it say
Yes.
primary?
I don't have this one.
Following items is evidence that the dwelling is the primary
Oh,
residence of the
okay,
owner.
all right.
Awesome. So we've already locked that in, so
Brett,
we're good.
because you had a problem with it at one reading about, because we required their birth certificate.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
good deal. We accepted that document, so we are back to the motion on the table. And that was to accept resolution
Yeah, that was-
2320 with the previously stated amendments. Any other discussion on that? God, you guys get so mad when I get pushy. I'm just.
No, we're not. We're quiet so we can
Everyone's
vote.
happy, dude. This is happy.
Gary?
Yes.
Happiness.
Perry?
Hmm.
Sorry, Councilor Rask?
Yes.
Councilor Tidy?
Yes.
Gary still answers to Gary. Councilor Pogwez?
Tim, yes.
Councilor Velisis?
Yes.
And Councilor Webb.
Webb, yes.
Took me like 4 years to get Ann's name right. By the time
I
she
still
was a
can't say
counselor,
it.
I
I
did.
can hardly read it. I get dizzy when I read it.
Okay, ordinance 2023-21, amending code section 2.12, transferring TLT functions to Parks Commission.
This was at the Parks meeting?
Pass to a second reading.
I'm not with this.
This is
Oh,
your
okay.
first reading.
Okay, this is for the first reading of ordinance 2023-21.
Which is,
Amending code section 2.12, transferring TLT functions to Parks Commission.
So I'd make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-21.
Second.
I have a question.
Go for it.
So the reason we're doing this is because we haven't been able to get a TLT committee, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And everything's gonna be run the same through parks.
Since we already have
They'll
a
be-
committee of volunteers,
They'll be the board.
they'll be the board.
But
Yes,
Parks,
the answer is yes. They would just do the functions. The
But-
functions stay the same.
but Parks will not be eligible for TLT, like they're not eligible. for
We'd have to
TLT
rescind,
funds
you'd have to
anyway.
rescind themselves. No, the parks aren't gonna,
Yeah, I mean, you're not anyways, because that's the only angle that I was
No.
worried about.
we wouldn't approve our own. We would have to recuse ourselves.
But I'm saying is, does Parks have the ability, can Parks get TLT funds right now?
They shouldn't be able to because TLT funds shouldn't be spent.
Are funding our
on-
parks program.
Okay, so that's solid on the record. Parks cannot get TLT funds.
Hold on. What do you mean?
I
Grant
mean-
funds.
No, TLT funds. I mean, if they're gonna be,
Grant funds,
what's that?
TLT grant.
Grant
Yes,
funds.
yes.
Yeah.
We'd have
TLT grant funds.
We would have to match
They
it,
couldn't
so we,
apply for
money.
$5,000 for the playground equipment.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Right.
because
And it
we,
goes back, okay,
Yeah, they,
okay.
we couldn't, because we'd have to come up with a match.
Everybody acts like I'm saying that you guys are
No.
gonna do something nefarious, and I'm just thinking down the road of, oh, cool, we wanna do this project for Parks, so we'll just make it happen.
Can't do it.
Right.
I totally get it. I totally
This-
understand.
And also
Don't
the,
look
like,
at me all
this is
mad,
one of
man.
those things that we've done it the other way for so long. And the question is, was it just COVID? Was it, we kind of had some major problems this year, but Tim, you feel comfortable with this change? Cause you've been kind of Mr. TLT for
I'm
a long time.
comfortable with Parks running this program. And if you guys would like any guidance or any history, just let
We-
me
we
know. and
talked
I'll-
about
I'll
that,
be in a
actually.
meeting.
We talked about actually having you come in over when we
no
start
problem.
having them.
It does make a lot of sense.
so
Took me a minute to wrap my head around it.
the TLT committee is always something that I've like planning and TLT. I'm kind of like these guys, keep your eyes on these guys.
Cause it's city money.
So I don't even know who's on the parks. Do you? Can you name them all? Can you name
Clark-
them all? Do you know who's going to be handling
Ryan
it?
Thompson.
Well, I'm just saying,
Ryan-
do we know who they?
Yes.
I don't know who.
I don't know who they are.
We are the board that oversees their
I
recommendations.
see that. I see that. I understand that.
Okay.
But a recommendation should be made by someone that you know and trust.
That's people on your parks commission.
Oh, well,
Well, just because you don't know them, they've already been approved by the council
well,
previous
that's,
to you.
but now you're not asking about the Parks Commission. You're asking about someone who's making recommendations for allocation of taxes, which is different, right? So I just always wanted to be able to not think about what's going on with the commission because I shouldn't have to. That's why you exist, right?
Remember, you get the final say. As
No, I
a
get that.
counselor, you're gonna get the final say of approval.
Right, and I understand that. It's important to trust your commission, and the only way to be able to trust your commission is to know them, right? And otherwise, you're doing their work for them. You're thinking and investigating, and where does this go? Where does that go? if it's all just if it's just a formality, then why even do it that way?
Because we're having trouble.
Some of the bugs, the TLT committee, in my opinion, has always been pretty valuable because they can weed out some of the applications.
Right.
Like, for instance, sometimes people will apply for, instead of beautification funds, they'll apply for what I call maintenance funds.
Mhm.
Like they want to put gravel down in their parking lot. Well, that's something.
You said that same gravel in the parking lot for
because
10
somebody
years.
did apply for gravel one year. Anyway, that's,
Was it beautiful gravel?
Yeah.
it was just crushed gravel.
And I guess maybe what Brett's like, I'm wrapping my head around what Brett's saying, and it's like these people got accepted to the Parks Commission. They like we're transferring the TLT over, but they didn't get accepted to the TLT committee. So it is different considerations in a way. Am
I would
hitting that
just,
at all?
maybe, why don't we ask, could they not apply for the TLC committee? I mean, you could have 3 members of the parks apply for a TLT committee, and there you've got your TLT committee.
People in TLT.
Kinda like, what's the
Whatever it is.
difference?
I mean,
Right.
we could change it probably,
Sure.
right? But the problem has been not having a quorum, right?
Yep.
But it's fair to assume that if we appointed them to the Parks Commission, we would trust to appoint them to
Do you know who
TLT
they
as
are?
well.
Do you know who
Pardon?
they are? Do you know who they are?
Well, no, because it was done
Okay,
when I
so
wasn't here.
that's what
but
I'm saying. That's my point, is I don't know who they are.
And
I
my
know them and I
point is-
trust them.
We just appointed
We
one tonight.
appointed them to one committee, and yeah, we appointed somebody
That's
tonight.
just not, there's a reason that the people that came ahead of us made this committee. There's a reason that they did it. And so we're questioning their decision. They may have labored over this for hours and hours and had sleepless nights. And we would just disregard that because we can't get a quorum?
Well,
I really don't think that's what's happening here, but
What, that's why we're doing this, because we couldn't get a quorum.
Well, my question is
Oh.
with
Exactly
the
what happened.
quorum, is it just because, I mean, we were having a major transfer of the administrator, not, and then there was COVID and
So what's happened, what's transitioned over like the last 3 or 4 years is the fact that we were always late to those appointments and everybody wants their money on July 1st. So it was getting pushed even after our budget session. So we started doing it earlier and earlier, but we lost the city administrator. Then we got a new city administrator. And in between there was COVID. And just like any organization that's struggling now, I mean, Moose Lodges, American Legion, they're all shutting down and they're all just barely getting started up. In fact, the Portland Brew Fest didn't happen this year. The one in Bend, I'm told, didn't happen this year. It's the same thing that's happening in the city. So we could revisit and try to get a committee, a TLT committee, if that was the will of the council.
We don't need
They
to
did a
act
good
until,
job.
we
There's
don't
some-
need to act until, I mean, we've got plenty of time before the Jubilee. I just don't like to abandon things that somebody ahead of us thought it was important to create.
I don't think you're abandoning it.
Well, but we are.
Streamlining.
There's,
Making the same decisions.
no, you're not. But we don't know. I didn't sit on, when the creation of this TLT committee occurred, I was not at the table. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was done. Why? Maybe somebody had said, oh, you can't do this because of that. And they were like, oh man, we got to do the committee. It's got to be a separate. I don't know. I just don't like to abandon traditions so easily because it's not handy.
I get that, but I do honestly believe in my heart that it will work probably better in parks. And I didn't see this document till just the other day. And the reason why, I'll tell you why. So the TLT committee always did a wonderful job. They were great. They came, they showed up, they went through the applications, they sorted them out, they threw some away. They had to cut some years because we had more people apply for very little money. The one thing they weren't great about was the report at the end of the year that we're supposed to get from every person that received a grant. And that's one of the most important parts of the package because there's still grants out there that haven't been fulfilled from 6 years ago. I think parks, since they do meet on a regular basis, are going to do a much better job at making sure those reports come in at the end of the year, because guess what? It does say somewhere in that ordinance that if you don't do that, next year you're not eligible for a grant.
Right. No, it's been really
There should
sloppy.
be that in there.
Is that the
But
administration?
again, the parks held on, probably because there was a counselor on the board. That's probably how parks stayed parks, right? If there was an acting TLT, counselor on TLT, it probably would have held on.
But they only meet twice a year is the
Well,
problem.
No, Tim was sitting.
I understand. I understand.
Now, and we've already established that
I
all
get
the
all that.
committees, like, just because it's dealing with money, does TLT have to have everyone inside the city limits?
I don't know. That's a question.
Because it's a different animal. It's spending money.
I don't know that it's as simple as just,
Taxpayers' money.
Yeah, taxpayers.
Well, it's not
Since we
taxpayer
have
money, it's
time on
TLT
this,
money.
City money.
Could we just pass this on to next month?
Well,
Can't
first
tell-
of all, this
can't-
is the first reading. This is an ordinance that requires 2 readings. So this will come back to the city council at the next meeting.
Okay, and the motion was for the first reading or to accept it.
we don't get TLT funds from outside of the city limits. That goes to the county.
Right.
So is everyone on the parks?
No,
Does it say that in our TLT committee code that it has to be inside city limits?
that's what's the question.
That's the question. Does it?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I feel like you're insulted, Greg.
I'm not insulted. I'm
No,
just, I'm trying to figure it out with
A
you.
little bit huffy. I see it. Listen, it's not about you. Don't flatter yourself. This is about tax dollars and tax by force. I'm going to take your shit if you don't give us your money.
I understand.
And then we're just going to give it to the guy. No, we got to be real serious about this. I think my personal opinion on taxing is that it's rude to tax people, and you better be careful with what you do. That's all. I really don't want to. Brian's great. You're great. I don't. It seems just too easy to abandon a tradition. I would vote no. I would vote no. I'm not trying. I'm one of 6.
I will rescind my motion because Brett has brought up some pretty good points, and that'll give staff, Shayla, some time to research this, and we don't have to sit here for an hour on this tonight.
I want to add one thing, though, that we learned today, which I thought was really interesting. One of the things that the LOC staff people told us today is that they're making a real effort to try to get greater flexibility of funding for TLT funds. So right now it's a 70%, 30% split. And in the future, they would like to get it so that the city so that not so much goes out through this program, that the city could retain more to do more things for the city. So anyway,
Horrible idea, in my opinion.
I think it's actually, if you heard him describe why it's important, it's a pretty
Slush
good
fund?
idea.
Is that what it is? I just want to make it a slush fund.
I think beautification and advertising is what that money should be spent for. Period.
That's how it's coming.
So you withdrew
So
your motion.
Oh, good.
Your,
Shayla's
your
has some.
code says that your transient lodging tax expenditure committee, is this the same committee that you're talking about? The committee shall be composed of 5 members of the city, excluding members of the city council and city employees.
That's what I was afraid of.
Well, that kind of says it right there then.
So I would encourage those other 4 people or whatever to trusted individuals that we trust. We've indicated that we trust them. Have them apply.
The reason I said that too, Ann, is because your transient lodging places are collecting this tax, and the city already gets a great deal of that money.
30%, right?
No, they get 70%.
Yeah, they get the 70.
Oh, I thought it was the other way
No,
around.
it's not the other way
Oh,
around.
okay.
That's why I say it's a horrible idea.
It
in
goes
my
to
opinion.
park, it goes to running
It goes
the
into the
park.
general fund and
Yeah.
parks. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I thought it
this
was the other
resolution
way.
just
Plus
died.
toilet paper and fixes.
Yes,
and-
this resolution just died and we're to the fix the ordinance stage if we want to do anything, right? Or not the ordinance, but the rules.
Back to the ordinance.
Which we could change, which we could
That's what I'm
change.
saying. I'm just saying this is off the table for now and we have to change the ordinance first before we do anything.
I don't think so.
We
I think
could
what Brett,
allocate a portion of it to the parks every year. Just straight 10% goes to the parks and the parks figures out to do with all of it. I mean,
What do you think,
the sky's the
Shayla?
limit. You can do anything you want. We can't do
Well,
something that's not.
We can't give money to the parks.
Is this resolution that we're trying to transfer to
It's city
parks?
money, we
The
get
next two
7%.
resolutions, we don't need to discuss that because
Of that,
technically
of the.
The
can't do that.
problem is your Parks
No, no,
Commission
of the-
has
of
people
the-
on it who live outside the city. So
actually
it's
have
in
7.
conflict with your current TLT committee code.
Roger that.
And did it say a city councilor too?
Yes, it did say excluding, so that would exclude you too. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So we'd have to get 5 plus you.
I was never a voting member.
Yeah, and it makes sense.
Well, could we
Me-
do some, well, could we,
What-
if it
what-
was in parks, could you have voting members and
what-
non-voting?
But I think Brett's recommendation was the most commonsensical, and that is if anyone on the Parks Commission feels strongly about serving on the TLT committee, let them apply.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then we don't have to do anything other than put some people onto another committee.
And
I
I
think
think
this
the
year-
thing would be, to try to just, Tim said, start it early. There are people at various times that have said to me, what can I do? How can I volunteer for the city? This committee is like a really good entry level
It's a good
committee for the
entry level
city.
into getting into city.
And
It was the
if
first
we
thing I
could,
did.
They used
I
to
know, and
be-
it made you think, oh, this is cool and
They used
fun.
to fight each other
Tim
out here.
Osborne
all this time.
asked me, and I
They
think
would-
if each counselor asked somebody, was responsible to bring in somebody to the
They-
TLT committee, then
and if we
Okay.
started
These people were fighting over the money. over there.
we
You
had
know what
the
I mean, it was a big deal. a while
problem this
back.
year that
We
that
are
it had to be like in January or something. So if we start it earlier, Tim, if you could advise what the deadlines are, then maybe we work with John and
Two codes.
I think we changed it
Okay.
to, we started the process somewhere right around January, February, so we could get it done in time. But like I said, it's only one meeting prior. It's all about getting the posting and all, getting everything
When
out.
is
to
when
people.
is the funds of, let's see, when is the total amount known to, is it January 1?
Mr. Johnson would always, just guesstimate what it would be,
Oh,
and it's
okay.
always been higher for the last, I mean, this year it was astronomical.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that's, to be honest with you, that's why I have a hard time with the STR. I mean, it does bring a lot of TLT funds in, so.
and when do the applications due for the projects?
Somewhere around March.
So can't we just like make it happen right now?
Make what happen?
Start on this today.
We should be able to.
We are, that's what we're saying. We're bound with what we have,
No,
so
no,
we're
no, no.
gonna
Let's-
try to make a new TLT committee.
Absolutely. And then they
Right.
meet in September or November and not wait until,
The sooner the
Right.
better, really.
right,
Yeah.
because that's what's we meet we meet 2 days a year. Man, you can't, what didn't you do? I can't change the litter box in 2 days a year. You know what I mean?
You need to be trained.
Sometimes we get maybe 10 applications, but for the most part, it's usually 5, 6, 7 applications.
And you know what they are and
That's
who
it.
they are.
And
You know, they could vet them in a meeting.
And we've already kind of got our decisions on these next 2 bullet points. So yes, we need to talk about this a lot more. We need to start advertising and asking people to get on the committee.
Compliance. Shall we talk about compliance real quick?
Compliance of what?
Compliance of prior giftings of people's tax dollars.
It's not on the agenda. Like, what do we?
Well, that's why I just asked, can we allocate that or can we, can we have John look at some of those and see if they've been, I mean, to me, that's the other end of this is like, is it squirrely to just give the money to somebody you don't know to give out?
Absolutely.
Or is it more squirrely not to check and see what they did with it?
I think it's more, when you get grant funds, they are twice as hard on you when they're like seeing how
So,
you spent the money than when you
We
get.
know of people, grant recipients, who have not complied.
So we'll have the TLT committee do that when we get them, when we get it pulled up. They'll have to have 3 meetings.
That's what I'm saying, why?
What do you mean why?
The TLT committee is going to say, do they have investigatory powers?
Well, I mean, it's not investigatory to see if you got your final report or not.
Well,
I mean,
John
maybe.
could tell us tomorrow.
Right.
We've got tax dollars out there. Again,
Right.
I hate taxes.
Okay, so that's what you're getting at, is you want to direct staff. to
Well,
look
here
into
I'm trying to
that.
be all tight on the one end, right? I'm going to be tight on this. So let's, who's going to, okay. But then wherever it goes, it's gone, who cares?
Right.
Here we probably ought to look into that. No,
No,
we
and
need to
it's
look
gonna
into
come
that.
back to us next, like, to finish this conversation out, I imagine, because hopefully we'll be appointing 5 people next month. to
There's
the
no
TLT.
gray area in maxing the the matching funds.
All organizations, businesses, and commercial property receiving funding under this section shall provide quarterly financial reports, which include a detailed report of the expenditure of funds received from the city and sufficient supporting documents to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the city council that the funds were expended pursuant to terms of the grant.
To us,
Yeah.
not even the TLT committee, to us. So that's a responsibility that we have shirked.
So then that falls on the city administrator to present to the council.
Which we do.
Perhaps. I mean, I would say yes. I personally would say I would direct the staff if I was the mayor and the king for a day, I would direct our guy to look into it.
That's why you got motions, my friend.
I don't even know, it's not on the agendas, Pat. You just told me that.
You said you could.
Well, I know, but that
You
doesn't
only
mean
was
you
saying
can't
we
make
could
a
make a
motion on it.
motion.
I
We
meant
can
I
make a
didn't
motion
want to
on anything
get
you
into
want.
the weeds on something that we're gonna have to talk about in the future anyways.
So do we need that, or can we just direct staff to, it's already required. It's already part of the ordinance.
So we don't need to direct staff.
We don't need to direct staff.
We
Staff.
just made them aware of it, and I don't.
And I would say moving from, chronologically speaking, from the most, which way would you, if you could only investigate 10, if you only had enough time to look at 10 per month or something, which would you have them go further back, or would you have them start at the most recent? Do we charge them interest? What do we do? There's people that are out there right now. We know them. That's not right.
And to be honest with you, it has bugged me for years that some of that money didn't get spent the way it was supposed to. I mean, that's not, or it's still in an account somewhere or whatever.
Whatever
the case. I hate to call anybody.
John, would you be willing to review the ordinance and make sure that we're applying everything we need to, like that we're adhering to that?
Nope.
Okay. We'll just get a committee to do it then.
Yeah, let's get a committee going.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, we have 2 items on the agenda that dropped off. We have more conversation to have, but what are we gonna, like, we could talk about this for another 2 hours.
There's nothing to talk about. What part do we gotta talk about?
Well, I mean, it looks to me like all we have to do is follow the ordinance and
Which
all
is
the problems that we have.
this guy is going to look back and see where we are, and we are going to advertise for a TLT committee.
Right.
Oh, okay. Sounds easy.
Well, it sounds, a lot of stuff
Done.
sounds easy
Done.
in black and white.
Put it on my list of stuff to do.
You got a striped shirt, don't you?
I got a red card. Anyway.
And you had something?
No, I was just going to say, is that clear enough direction to you, John, to that we would like you to
Of
help
course.
us get the.
Yeah, let's move on.
We'd
I've
like
got
to
it.
make
I'm,
sure our ordinance-
yeah.
Okay, resolution 2023
The fuzzier the
23,
brain.
authorizing closure of checking and saving account for Parks Department and fundraising activities. Turns out no money ever got transferred, so this should be a real quick first, second motion. Thank you.
So
On to
moved.
the dispatch.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay,
Wait,
any
wait, wait.
discussion on that?
Which resolution? are
It's resolution 2023-23, and that's when we were having
understand.
issues with that parks money. Oh, by the way, that should have been like 28,600. not
20
25.
it was,
report
it
right
was
here.
it was about the 25,000, the last report we had that I knew of, because that money got transferred over to the playground fund of the 161,000 that we approved.
I just remember seeing 28,000 when we saw that on the line item, but it didn't get transferred, so it's all
Yeah,
there.
it was.
25,618.98 cents.
Yep.
As of 1/31/2023.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we got a first and a second. Councilor Velisis,
Yes.
Councilor Rask,
Yes.
Councilor Webb,
yes.
Councilor Tidy,
Yes.
Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Pogwitz.
Jim, yes.
Sweet.
Okay, now we have to move on to the dispatch added, and I was wondering, since it's kind of per call, if maybe we should have like an on-call phone for Public Works or something that people could just call them directly.
You've been saying this for a long time.
Don't they hand around?
Only about
don't they
8
have a
years.
phone?
But, so it's important because every time we call the county, I think we get charged. So if we had our own $40 cell phone plan, it seems like it'd be a lot cheaper.
Don't we already have one that they hand?
Is that in their union contract?
What's that?
Is that in their union contract that they have to, that they
No, I'm
have.
pretty sure being on call and available at all
I'm
times is a basic thing of the job, but I guess I got in trouble on that before with the trucks,
Just
so.
making sure this, because that would be something, you know what I mean?
I think it would be a great idea if possible, because I have heard citizens complain and just feel that they've caught like that one of these water leaks that John was talking about, that was a major gusher, and they called dispatch, and it was kind of like, we'll get back to you, or there was no answer. They had to leave a message, So, I mean, I think it would be great if we could do that. I think citizens would really appreciate it if possible.
Yeah, I don't even know why it's a conversation. I don't know why we're the only city in the world that puts our water leaks through dispatch. And that extra 20 minutes is a lot of water on an 8-inch line or a 6-inch line. Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
So John's not here,
Mhm.
but I would guess to say people are going to be abusing that phone like no other.
Yep.
Hey, can you guys come shut my water off? I need to change my water heater.
Then
Well,
say
they
no.
should have a shut off at their property
Right.
line. But that's the kinds of things that have happened in the past. These
Well,
guys
but we
are gonna
could
be-
say, yeah, for $50 an hour, we can.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna do that, we need to.
So
I'm a little heated about this because I came from a water district. It's something that I've been that I've had, 4 different people agree with me on, but yet
we're talking about two different things though, because this is not a per call.
Oh, I always thought this contract was per call
No,
because once we get
It
used
was,
to
but
be.
they switched because the per call was, and they
we
did an
can call them
estimate.
any amount of time now for this amount of money.
Right.
And is the dispatch phone number on the website? Because I end up having people calling me, telling me there's a water leak, and I got to tell them to call the dispatch.
Also do.
One of those plumber's wrenches.
Right. I've had that call too, Wiz. I've had those calls too.
It's already on the website according to Joseph for non-emergency.
I was looking for the dispatch.
It's on our website.
Oh, I have
didn't
it.
get the contract. We don't have a contract in front of us to look and see.
Here's what it says. The county shall provide police and public work, after-hours dispatch services on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis to the city. Specifically, the county services shall include at a minimum the following duties: answer, dispatch 911, emergency and non-emergency calls. Of course, this is the same contract that you've had for the past 2 or 3 years. Employ CAD system to dispatch in accordance with all applicable laws and regulations, included but not limited to, as applicable, Oregon Revised Statute ORS, Natural Crime Information Center, NCIC, Criminal Justice Information System, CJS, Law Enforcement Data System, LEDS, Department of Public Safety Standards and Training, DPSST, and Oregon State Police Office of Emergency Management, OSP, OEM. Provide written and recorded call logs, LEDs information, and other reasonable services and assistance in connection with emergency dispatch for local public safety community per applicable agreements. Enter calls for service into the CAD computer system and be responsible for retaining and retrieving and information in accordance with applicable public record laws. Allowed by law, audio compact digital disc CD will be produced. Provide Department of Motor Vehicle, NCIC, LEDs, and Curry County regional automated information as requested by field units and subscriber. Provide administrative services with subscriber participation, maintain equipment. Provide paging services for public safety purposes. Paging services shall include after-hour paging calls as well as receiving, directing associated calls for service in emergency. So I don't know if that might
But
be
isn't there like a terms or prices or anything on that? Because that's just telling us the services that they will offer. We're interested in what we're getting.
subscribers shall pay for dispatch services at a base rate per year with annual increases of 3% a year.
So what is it?
Subscriber can request a review of its cost allocations. If review is requested, the county will research the matter and pass available information on to subscriber. And so I think what they mean there is if we think we're being charged too much for the amount of calls, we can say, what's our call history? Subscriber can request a review of its cost allocations.
So does that mean if there was a bunch more calls that they could justify charging us more for that service?
No, our only duty is to pay them the base rate with the annual increase of 3%. And then if we're in arrears, they can, have a default, but then we can request a review of the cost allocations. In other words, so we're,
Okay. Well, I'll just eat 10 years of angst and we can move on with this ordinance then.
Do we
well,
have a
they're
sense
not
of,
mutually exclusive. I'm understanding you don't care about this. What you're asking about is city on-call phone for our public works department.
Yes.
Yeah, that, we can have that and this.
Yeah, I know. But the reason I was asking is because previously we were under the impression that the call volume had to do with how much we were paying.
It did. This contract got changed back around 20, well, this is from 2023 to 2026, but this started before. So yeah, what do you got?
Previously, we did pay per call,
Correct,
but that changed.
correct,
Something per $7.50 per call.
correct.
And we were doing things like not making calls. We were actually jeopardize or you know, officer safety had.
We're handicapping,
We were,
yeah,
we were creating risk.
crystal balling, whatever you want to call it.
Creating risk
Yeah.
to save money. And if that's not the case anymore, then it's no harm, right?
Not with what we're talking about, but I still am worried about the community that can't call. Like, it's a whole different conversation at this point. My only reference to the on-call phone was because I messed up and thought that the volume of calls had bearing on it.
So don't they have one cell that is the on-call number right now?
No,
I
no.
thought that they did.
I thought they did too, and then I thought they did again, and I'm not, this is not on.
And they would
this is
hand it to the
long.
next guy.
No.
They had 1, 2, and 3, you know, the
They're two
same
different
phone number,
things.
but the last digit
I
was
know,
different.
and that's
Your
right.
item is not on the
They
agenda.
had one that was like, you're on call this weekend. Here's the on-call
You had
phone.
a different number, and then you,
I
But
think
then I
that was
need to
well
flex
before
the hell back to it.
John joined forces.
Gotcha.
Okay, they did used to do that.
They
They
did.
did. It was like, you're on call, like a hot potato, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that worked well.
now who does dispatch call when somebody sees a water
Just
leak?
start going down a list.
They know, yeah, this says they will provide it for police and public works.
So they'll just keep calling until they get a,
Well, when they know what kind of call it is, they'll either dispatch the police or the public works.
but I mean,
And if you
who do they
have a
call in
8-inch
public
broken
works?
water line, that's a couple
We
of.
provide them, well, let me see, we provide them with who to call. And yeah, they have a list. I don't know the details of, you know, that we lost both our public works director, and I saw Andrew stick his head in here, but then he had some common sense and he left. But anyway, so.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. Sorry that I got off. Well, I had to make sure that we weren't paying for the call, so I don't feel too bad.
No,
even though
that's
John's-
a legitimate question.
All right, so any other discussion on that?
Which one is it again?
It's F, not on here.
It's
It's
F's
a-
not-
Oh, that's the biggest
Oh.
problem, is that got added to the agenda, so, I mean, it's not the
We just
biggest
make up the
problem, but
number?
that was one of the hitches.
we make up a number for a resolution?
No, it's not a resolution, it's
Okay.
just to accept the contract
Yep.
with the county.
So I make a motion to accept the contract with the county to have the sheriff dispatch number continue at the rate described.
So I'll second that. So do we know what that is?
The rate is 32,782 per year with 3% increases.
And that's a flat rate.
That is, yes, that is a
Yeah.
flat rate, and they will provide 24-hour.
And that's in the budget.
Yeah, and it's
Already
budgeted.
That goes along with Hank's. We're already paying for that.
24 hours, 7 days a week.
That's
Yeah.
fabulous. I see no reason not to go.
I have no idea if that checks out.
John, you were involved at the county. I know that used to be years ago, 25,000, but I don't remember the 3% increase every year. Was that standard in that contract?
I believe it, no, I believe it was. And this contract, and if I'm not mistaken, this contract existed with the city and the county for the previous 3 years. And so this is essentially a 3-year agreement
Okay.
with 3% increase every year.
Okay. Because I know it used to be 25
And
years ago.
Here's what I will say to you. The reason this contract may not ring familiar to you all is because last year it was approved by the city administrator, even though it exceeded. Yeah. So, So, and I looked at it and I said, well, this is a 32, the chief brought it into me to sign. And I said, well, chief, this is a $32,000 contract. I only have 25,000 authority. So I got to give it to the city council. So that's why it's here. But anyway, the last time it was approved by your city administrator.
So that was obviously not right, but let's talk about your discussion with the chief. Was the chief okay with this? I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was stoked.
He brought it in for me to sign it.
I talked to him about it and he was stoked that we got off of because again, we were being charged per call.
What was happening, I
They were
was
not making calls.
not just that. I was at the county when we were being charged per call, and there were actually arguments over whether a call should have been charged. I mean, there was these little picayune back and forth, all this dust up over whether this call should be charged or whether. So the sheriff and all the police chiefs in the area who they do dispatch for came to this kind of an agreement, a flat rate, and it was estimated on an average, and all the chiefs of police were in agreement with it, and that's what's been in place. But again, I apologize because I have said this is the same agreement as last year, thinking that you all knew what it was, but of course, then my recollection was the last year the city administrator just signed it, which probably though because the chief probably came to her and said there's a renewal, so just sign it. So I mean,
What about the year before that?
again, that's I would check it out. But if you like, I can try to find in the in our records where these prior agreements are. But Brett, the chief asked me to sign it, and I said I can't. But you talked to him, and he said he was okay with this. Yeah,
He loves it.
Okay.
They're able to do their jobs better and safer with this method.
Yep.
All
And
that data gets collected that they
yes.
need for recording and courts and all
Yeah,
that kind of
except where when the county gets hacked. And then, by the way, what I will say is that I forgot what I was going to say because I had to make a joke. But anyway,
That happens all the time.
yeah. All right. So
So I'm going to call for the vote.
thank you.
Counselor Tidy?
Yes.
Counselor Rask?
Yes.
Counselor Webb?
Webb, yes.
Counselor Burns?
Yes.
Counselor Pogwitz?
Tim, yes.
Counselor Velisis?
Yes.
Did I get everybody? Counselor Rask?
Mhm.
I asked you first? Okay. Sorry, I tried to mix and match and it didn't work for my brain. It's getting late. Continuing action items.
Excuse
What do we got?
me.
TLT? No.
What happened to this one?
D?
Oh, we did that under the consent.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so continuing action items. Did we need to circle back on TLT or we're just waiting? I mean, hopefully we'll be
We need to
accepting
advertise.
applications.
We need to advertise for 5 people.
Okay.
They have to be citizens of the city.
And not counselors.
And so we can ask people that we know to apply.
And that's
Yeah.
actually loosened up quite a bit because in the past there was
Counselors.
you couldn't have, remember when we passed the rule that
Correct.
that you couldn't have family members
Correct.
or employees of the city
Correct.
serve on these committees because of some of the shenanigans that had occurred. It's nice when shenanigans just kind of go away though, because they've gone away, a lot of them.
Well, I just sat on the committee and gave guidance. That's what I did.
No, right. Yeah, non-voting member. Mhm.
Correct.
No, and we needed every bit of it. So now we're going to move on to citizen considerations.
Dana, you sat here and you don't have anything to say?
Why are you trying to make the meeting longer? Maybe they enjoy it. It's kind of a show up here when you got 4 hours to spare. All right. Any counselor considerations? Tim.
So I know that sometimes we get a little bit pissy when it comes to money and taxes, but that's our job, is to watch these things.
Mhm.
So please, nobody should be offended when we get into these deep discussions about contracts and tax money and those kinds of things. Those are things we signed on to do. It's our responsibility. And I don't think anybody did. Hopefully I didn't offend anybody, but Brett brought up a few things that were pretty important on that TLT deal, and I appreciate that.
Yep, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I apologize if I said anything that may have offended you, Greg.
Oh, no, I'm good.
I'm not always the smoothest. I've been accused of.
Greg is.
Gary, you had one.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to circle around to the end-to-end and get a couple things straight. So end-to-end is a volunteer group that is attempting to help the city and the community with the homeless problem. They have volunteered to help manage that property that we had decided, at least temporarily, that the homeless are going to camp on next to Ray's. So are we interested in having them do that, or do we mind if they just say, hey, this is getting too much, we can't do it?
I mean,
Because
we've had 2 meetings with them and I thought we've been trying to
well, what I
accommodate
get from Lauren is that he's not having a very good show with city staff. And so they applied for a right-of-way permit 3 weeks ago to put a porta potty and a dumpster on that site. He just found out yesterday that because my address is on the 5013C and Lauren put his address on it, that it's not going to be approved. You know, what are the end-to-end is feeling like they're not being cooperated with.
Good. So probably they're talking about me, and End2End has come to the city council when the ordinance to enact reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on homelessness was to be discussed. And they said, these are onerous and we can help and we can do all this stuff. At that time, End2End was a registered business, nonprofit, but with the corporation division of the Secretary of State. And their secretary was Gary, with his address as their corporate address. And they still exist in the Secretary of State's records that way. And so then we had talked to them about some rules and things, and as we were talking to them, those rules kind of changed. And then I would walk through the site on my way to get coffee, and I found a fire pit, and they said, oh, we're not allowing fires. And I said, well, there's a fire pit there. And then they said, oh, we're not going to allow tarps. And I said, well, here's some tarps. And so I was basically just actually trying to hold them to the representations that they made. At one point, they said they did have insurance, and then they said they didn't. They also wanted to put up a particular camp with a fence with like these permanent tent structures and deliver services. They said they weren't a business because a business delivers goods or services, and they wanted to deliver services. So I don't want to quibble about whether they're a business. They're certainly not a profit business. But what I've been finding, and then Lauren turned in a permit, and by the way, the permit went through our routing system to the chief of police and the public works director, and then to me. And then I looked at it and I'm like, well, this is Lauren and it's not End2End. And so I said, Lauren, who is the city dealing with? And this goes back to just a lot of other messes that we find ourselves in, where you start one way and then things change without people like really trying to stick to how things started. And then you say, how did we get here? And all this stuff. And if I'm in at the beginning, I'm not going to be part of something that starts one way and ends up somewhere else without really any plan. So I personally question whether End2End is a viable organization that we can do business with. You also asked me to look into the insurance. I sent off the agreement to our insurance company, who said I'm recommending $2 and $4 million per occurrence, individual and cumulative insurance. So, I mean,
we're responsible, as far as I understand, from the new law, the city.
What do you mean
we're responsible to provide a place for those people to sleep?
No, we are not.
Thank you.
We are not responsible to provide a place. We cannot remove someone from sleeping somewhere unless we have a place for them to go. But we do not have to supply a place.
In other words, what one of the back and forths I got in with Lauren was, he said that your city streets, you have to be like a hotel to provide a safe place for these people. And I said, Lauren, the city streets are not like a hotel. So again, it was the level of understanding and interpretation of what these cases said. All the cases, I had to explain to him that the cases are not an affirmative
directive to cities that you must do all these things. It's that we couldn't violate someone's constitutional right to prosecute them for the status of being homeless. And then the cases got whittled down to say you can't arrest someone for sleeping in public if they don't have a designated place to sleep. So we've designated a place to sleep where we won't arrest them, but everything else is off the table. We don't have to allow them to store their stuff on our property. We don't have to provide them a toilet. We don't have to provide them medical care. We don't have to provide them. All we have to do is let them sleep from the hour, by the court cases, let them sleep from the hours of 10 a.m. to 8 or 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. And then after that, they still have to obey all our city laws and all these other things. They can't put garbage there. I mean, the pictures of the garbage, I constantly was sharing those with Lauren, and then they said, well, we want a garbage can. And again, and it's like, who wants a garbage can? And he's having Lauren have the garbage can instead of N2N. So again, all due respect, they're in flux. You were on, you're off. Who's, what?
Well, I'm just saying that they're going to just step out. And so if that's okay with everybody, then that's okay. But if you're just going to make it impossible for them to do their work and to work with them through this, then, to me, it sounds like you just don't want to work with them.
Well, to me, I want them to do what they say and
you've got a group of people that are doing other things with their lives, and they're trying to be there in the morning and the evening. They've cleaned up. There's been two people there for now, like for 6 weeks, 2 women in their 60s, who I feel would be a big job to have pack up every day and take their stuff off of that property. But if the city wants to do that, I felt that Chief Hobart really didn't want to do that. And
Well,
he didn't feel like we had the resources to do that. And if you think that we can do that, and that's what you want to do, the council wants, then I'll pass that on to N2N, and they'll just do other things that they're
There's
doing.
some sort of disconnect because this started where we all knew that we needed to establish an area. So we did. And then I kind of felt like N2N came to us and wanted to do more. Like, no, we can do more than just do an area. We can provide this, this, and this. But then the expectations changed, where the city is like, oh, well, we did what we do. We allocated. And now there's this schism. And I think it's just kind of, I don't want to say blindsiding us, but like you're putting it into perspective, and we can either work on it a little bit, knowing, because there's a big difference in the narrative of we just need to provide an area and we need to provide a bed. And that bed being the key word that I think a lot of the differences is a lot of people are under the impression that we need to provide a bed, and then we're being told that all we needed to do is what we did and we provided the property. So as the city, as far as the city's obligations, the city has met their obligations. I'm not saying that in a way that we're not going to like cutting anything out other than the actual legal obligations the city has met. Now, if we want to talk more and expand on that and do it, not saying we can't, it's just we have met our needs and the bed isn't required to be there. I'm not saying it shouldn't be or anything.
But as far as making them pack up every day, whoever's camped there, that turns into a job for the city.
Yeah, but making people have the dark sky ordinance right and all the other stuff that we do, it's like we set the rules to do as best as we can, knowing that it's not going to be perfect. I mean, maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but we know it's not
that's
going
how
to
it
be
is.
perfect.
We have limited resource. We have discretionary immunity.
Yeah.
I was just going to say my impression of how we left it, and we probably all have different impressions of how we left it, but my impression was that we said to staff, hey, can you work together with these people and like maybe come up with a plan or a memorandum of agreement of how this is going to be. So did we ever get to, and I thought you were going to come back and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And like the thing about the trash and the outhouse, like I don't think of that as providing services. I think of it more as like we were trying to ameliorate an existing problem, which is the toilet at Ray's and the trash. We're trying to like figure out, okay, this situation is happening. How can we like lessen it? These people are offering to help. Maybe if the city allows this, we can get to a better place. So that's kind of, I was thinking we get to this MOA, but I hear what you're saying, John, that you're feeling like they're not reliable, but like, did we ever get to that point where it was like really clear, like you're going to do this and we're going to do that? And then,
Well, right, no, because the MOA turned into, we want a permit for a trash can and a potty.
so we never got to like who's going to give what and who's going to,
Yeah, I mean, and then they had their rules that they were going to enforce and things. And I, kept walking through, getting coffee, taking pictures, pretty basic stuff. At one time, I saw what looked like a hole dug in the ground that I didn't know if it was a pit toilet. And I said, it looks like it's dug by a dog. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt, and Lauren said we don't allow dogs, and I took pictures of the dogs, and then Tanya said we do allow dogs, and sure enough the rules did allow dogs. So again, the organization, I think, needs more structure. I mean, again, I just, when you say it's difficult to police the homeless population, it's also very difficult to I'm spending more time dealing with end-to-end than I am with homeless people. So,
And they can just back off, they're, and to them, they feel like they're doing the community a service or they're making the attempt. And
I don't disagree with that. And the other odd part about it is we've had them here talking about the people they've placed, the people they've helped, and none of that was with support of the city. And I just don't understand why they need the city to be involved in their activities.
Well, the property.
Perry had her hand up. Perry had her hand up first. Sorry.
It's okay. Can we perhaps, could you be the liaison from the city council and perhaps
I've been.
help them, between them and John, to figure out what the differences are? And, because they need to understand that, he needs to apply for things in the name of the corporation and not in his own name. And, these things that are real simple that he apparently is feeling are somewhat offensive.
Well, they're not that simple because when we went for the 501(c), we didn't have a permanent address.
Right.
So I gave my address. I was the president.
Right.
And then I pulled out as soon as we got the 501(c). And so they just haven't changed that address.
So
I'm just saying the group is a very loose group. That's what we're working with.
And therein lies the problem, because we need to cover the city. Like, we need the liability questions answered. We need to make sure that we're not using, spending funds for things that aren't decided. And when I say funds, I mean like staff time and all that good stuff. So, but I don't think that it's as negative. We just need to have to, we're not seeing each other's viewpoints. Like, you're starting from you're supposed to provide beds, and we're starting from we provided what we were supposed to provide. So maybe if we kind of circle back and start from wherever the starting point is, or agree on that, then I'll get you next, Brett. Go ahead, Tim.
So did everybody read Toby Porter's letter?
Yes.
So there's,
That's already what we knew. We knew that.
it's horrible over there.
We already knew that.
It's
No,
horrible.
it's not like that now, though. That's all from like a year ago.
and I talked to
Really?
Toby.
Yeah, there's two ladies that have been there for 6 weeks.
They do have guests though, Gary. I mean, I walked through there and
Just recently.
yeah, this is
She wrote it on July 20th, the letter.
To me personally, I'm out of the end-to-end. I'm trying to help. I'm willing to go either way. I can tell Lauren, you guys, the council doesn't want any help on that property.
well,
So that's not what we're saying. We're
But
just saying we
I
want
don't know what to
protect the
do.
city.
I'm not sure
Can
what
I-
to do.
Yeah,
so
go ahead. It's your turn.
Here's what we did was we
Those things.
agreed to not arrest them from that spot.
right.
That's what the city arrested. That's what we agreed to. And then there was a little sidebar that there might be a little get together and some chat about how we might partner in the future. I personally have zero interest at all in spending any city funds at all.
No city
Or-
funds. They're
But
spending.
but that's,
Yeah.
but John is putting his time into it. I think that, and I tried to tiptoe across this a couple times. It's just, what do we want to do? And that has never been answered.
Yep.
And then we're sending John in to just sit down with someone who's an advocate for this group or this clientele or whatever we might call them. But he's trying to carry out the will of the council, which honestly, I don't recall us doing anything other than saying we're not going to arrest you from that spot. And I didn't even want to do that. As far as I'm concerned, I wanted, when you designate that, you create something. And I didn't want that created. And I think that is, I don't know, personally, I voted no. So, but he needs clear, concise direction from this body, or this is just going to go on forever. And it sounds like N2N's kind of loosely organized, right? And I get that it's a startup or whatever, and they're trying to do good things. But my commitment is not to that. My commitment is to the taxpayer or the city, the citizens. It's really hard to take. I hate to see. I've gone through there pretty often. I check it out, and I can look pretty nasty myself. So people don't even really look at me much. But I can cruise through there, and it's not great, man. And if I owned, I would consider suing the city if I owned that house right there. I would absolutely. I don't know if you can sue a city or if you can't, but if I'm telling you to allow that on the city streets, it's not great, man. I think we almost ought to revisit whether we want that thing or not.
Well, I think the problem was that we had to pick a place because we can't.
But we don't have
can't
to.
do.
But we didn't have to.
We can't sweep people
We don't
out
have to.
of there, right?
We don't have to. Yeah, we can sweep them out of there.
But if we,
Not if
Yeah.
there
can't
isn't a
stay
place
there.
for them to go.
they have to have a place
That's not the place to go, though.
where we didn't,
But we designated that as the place to go.
because we could never
Understood.
find a
Understood.
better place.
We don't.
There wasn't a better place.
I don't
And I've
think we
spent
know
over a year looking for a better place.
Well, I don't think you need to designate a place. I think you need to not arrest them for staying in certain places, because when you create a camp, you're creating something, and it's like a magnet. It really is.
But it's
Well,
not being a magnet this year.
And we did not create a camp.
And I think
Right.
it's,
What we
No,
have is we have a camp,
Perry,
and it's shrunk. I agree. And what that does is it demonstrates to me that maybe we really don't need this place to be created, right?
There would be more people right now there in that camp, in that spot, if it wasn't for N2N.
There would be more people there. If
and
it wasn't for them.
there was a lot more people before N2N.
Yeah.
I feel badly for the neighbors and I feel badly for Ray's.
Doesn't
And
one
I
of
do
the
too.
neighbors
And I feel
cater?
bad. So I have customers that come
Mhm.
to my business and they come back and say, gosh, you guys got a little camp there beside Ray's.
Mhm.
And I said, well, it's the best we could do. We're
I don't think
doing
it's the best we
state
could do.
law, but I'm starting to almost agree with Brett. If we only have two, let them sleep wherever they want. And then
It doesn't matter.
7 or 8 in the morning, make them move.
Okay, Perry, you're
So here's
next,
the
but
thing.
this is a consideration. This was supposed to be a 3-minute statement by
Okay, then
Gary,
this
and
is-
we've digressed. But Perry's next.
Oh,
and I'll
Perry's
let you-
next.
Yeah, she's had her hand up for 10 minutes.
Sorry, Perry, did I interrupt you?
3 things.
Everybody
Yeah.
did, actually. The
3
whole
things.
council.
Number one, I think that this is a service to our community because we said this because people don't want them in their front yards. I think that we also said that we would work with N2N to make this better. And number 3, I would like to volunteer to do that.
Awesome.
And perhaps if I can work with them, be a liaison with the council, and maybe,
It might really help to have a fresh set of eyes on it.
Right.
So I'm good with that. Everybody good with Perry liaisoning?
Yeah, I think that's great if that's what the city wants to do.
But so that's good though, because that's going to feed into the conversation that we obviously have to have, which maybe it'll even be next month. But I don't think considerations it's a super important consideration. I'm not saying you
Needed
shouldn't
to-
have brought it up. We
needed to
just
be brought
probably
up.
shouldn't have talked about it for 15 minutes afterwards.
Well, look, Toby Porter
We
is
had to.
Toby Porter is
Uh, Yeah.
she's a stand-up member of this community. And if we can't can give her a little bit more consideration than a couple people.
But I
Okay,
would just say, I
never mind.
talked to Toby afterwards, after our meeting. I told her we have 2 new outreach people at CC Coast Community, that we have Dr. Lowry, who's interested, that we now have N2N, that they have been working on it. I mean, that there is a group of people who are trying to make it better. And I think at that meeting, we all had the feeling like there is no easy solution. Every other city is struggling with this. And so we gave it we thought we'd give it a shot. And when she heard that, she was super psyched, because she just thought that we were not doing anything. So I think if we could create the sense of even taking baby steps and looking at the problems and trying to solve them, as opposed to just having like yes or no or whatever, maybe we could get somewhere.
Well, there were like 10 people who were here who claimed they were N2N, but I'm not sure N2N exists in a legal sense.
And those are the kind of questions that we need to hammer out. Liability,
Yes,
those like
exactly.
the reason.
Yeah, that's my
I
job.
Personally, am seeming
it.
a little adverse. It's just for the same old thing. Liability. Where the money coming from? Are we spending taxpayers' money? It's nothing to do. But it's not nothing to do, but it's like, that's the issue for me, is the fiscal responsibility and the process. Because this is what's going to open us up for someone to sue us for $1 million
No,
if we don't dot all of it.
Right now, what you've got is we're supposed to be policing every other square inch of this town and arresting people for not camping in that spot.
Right.
And that's not happening.
And that,
I live behind Circle K, man.
Okay.
I tell you exactly, that ain't happening.
Not
Are
at
there
5 in the
people
morning.
camping there?
for me, it's about.
They don't
the
camp, they
people
walk
living
around in black
here.
clothes.
Well,
and
that's
shit,
different
you
than
know?
camping.
We're forcing this on them. So we've had complaints about the rent-a-can that we put over here on Idaho. And now we're getting complaints from people about this. I mean, Toby Porter, I've known her since I moved to Port Orford. She's maybe complained about anything twice. Once was this. She's got friends that live there that are living in bad conditions, evidently, I don't know. And then the only other complaint I ever received from her was we weren't fast enough on the community building. So she's not a complainer, and I don't think she makes stuff up, but,
I suggested lowering the tax to the Port District by a penny one year, and she was on the budget committee. She wanted to kick my ass. She likes that. She's into it, man. She's into it.
anyway, it is a problem. It's not gonna go away. I just left Salem, Oregon, and Eugene. It's horrible there.
And it's not gonna happen here. That's not us. I mean,
It's not gonna
that's
happen
not
here
us.
just because we don't have a
And
highway coming.
I don't think
That's
that's
goal.
the right spot.
So
That's
Yeah.
all.
But I guess I would say,
I think
Gary,
there's
it's
better
a
spots.
really complex issue, and I think we don't want anybody to bow out, but we just need to be more responsible, and we all do. Like, that's what I'm laying out, is this black and white.
Neighbor to
It's,
neighbor needs to get their ship in order.
right.
Ship shape.
Yep.
So that,
I will talk to them, and I will talk to John.
You are official liaison to the,
Yeah,
yeah, but that was.
All
I
right.
want to be official liaison.
All right.
They were gonna bail on the city in the future.
That-
Leave us with a mess.
Tim, that's what I'm seeing,
Okay.
and I'm trying to not have it happen.
And I, like I said, I have nothing against that group. That's
No,
was
me
one of my
neither.
biggest
But it's
concerns
not a
about this
group.
whole thing.
It's nothing right now.
So make it something, come with a proposal, and go ahead.
So I have some considerations.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I do that now?
written
Okay.
down.
I have a few things. I have been trying to get a well workshop scheduled since we tabled this issue in May. And I believe that, yeah, it was on here. But I was saying to John the other day, is it going to be on the 14th? And you said we had to make sure that the council would actually schedule it for that.
Well,
So that's why I'm asking.
we had tried to schedule this, and then people like, how do you schedule this workshop? I'm not going to be there. And then it's like, so I want you all to schedule this well workshop.
Well, the 14th seemed like it worked because we're supposed to have an update from the union negotiations that day. Am I correct?
I thought we set a standing workshop for the middle of the month.
Well, I would also like to expand this to say, we've said numerous times, like since May, we want to get on a schedule to have shorter meetings, have a workshop. We have so much work to do. We have so much stuff we have to tackle. I've got a bunch of other workshop topics here we've discussed. We need to have a topic about, I would say, water water curtailment and communication about it, or water in the bigger picture, council rules, wells. There's a lot of things that we've talked about. I mean, that's just my list. So I think what would be ideal is if we say for the next 3 months, we're going to do these 3 workshops, put it on the calendar, and just know that that's what's coming. So we don't all have to feel all the time like, oh my God, we're never getting to that. We can know it's coming. We can prepare. We can think about it. We can have a meaningful discussion. So I would like to have us do that. And, it's been so hard to just get this well workshop going. And that was based on, we actually had an ordinance the Planning Commission recommended to us in May that we tabled, and it seemed like there was a reason to have more information and knowledge to discuss it. And we still haven't. It's been like months and months and months. So I just
Well, and
like to
for
figure out how we get this to happen.
Well, for example, the well workshop came up when we already had a bunch of workshops lined up, or we already had our priority list, and then you have a new thing come up like that. And so now that, like,
Yes.
like, that's where the schedule comes in.
Right.
Is so maybe,
Homeless issue came
maybe
up.
if you could send your top list of 5 priorities to John, and then he can send that out to us individually. Everybody just put your order of importance, and that will set what our next workshops are. For the next
Can we
schedule
do
the
can we do the well workshop next? Because
We have it for for the September 14th, tentatively, if
Yes.
council agrees to it.
can
right
we
now.
agree to that?
Can I ask what would be the purpose, what would be the goal of that workshop?
Well, we had this this code recommended to us by the Planning Commission and by our planner and our former city administrator as that we need to have a conversation about our policy regarding wells. I've been hearing for a lot of citizens who see the well trucks going around that we've had we've had maybe about 12 wells drilled this summer. You can tell it's getting late. That we're not having a
Something
very
to save.
forward-looking policy on this right now. If we are letting all people just get on and not be hooking up to our water system or not into the future. So I think there's some important policy discussions, and I've done some research on it. I have ideas about it. Other people may have different ideas, but I think rather than putting our heads in the sand, ignoring what our planner and planning commission recommended to us, we literally just tabled it because there wasn't enough information that day. I think there's information that we need to look at and discuss it, and people have to make a decision. And if people, I think there's a forward-looking decision and there's one that's not. Other people may have a different view, but I think we have to discuss it.
And I
That's
think
what we're
ignored
supposed to
might
do.
be a strong word,
What?
because I think ignored might be a strong word about it, because we've had a lot of other fish to fry
Yes.
too.
Oh, I'm
and we
sorry. Did I
just
use that
haven't
word?
Got it to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
You did.
Sorry
It's
about
getting
that.
late. It's getting late.
Okay. I could barely say well, so.
No, 12 wells is
Forgive me
tough.
for saying
12
wells
wells is tough
drilled.
when you only have, when you don't
12
have a
wells
front
drilled.
tube.
Yeah.
Well,
Say that.
12, say it 12 times fast.
Yeah.
So I'm up for September 14th for the well
Consensus?
discussion.
Yeah.
You guys know where I stand on wells. We've allowed them forever and they don't cause any trouble. John Isidore will tell you that they take some relief off the city and those kinds of things. I'm looking forward to hearing what
But am
you
I like the
have.
liability guy? Because that's what I go back to, is who's saying that these sewer lines are 50 feet away or 100 feet away, and are we liable
Well,
for it?
we don't have to discuss that now. This is why we have to have a discussion when everybody's
started it.
not exhausted.
Yeah, that was just my question, was just what was the
Yeah.
purpose of the,
I can
Yeah.
see some stuff I've-
That, to me,
And I-
that's the purpose, is to make sure we are covering ourselves.
I will not be
It's
here
good to know what the
September
goal is,
14th.
you know?
Okay, John will not be here September
So
14th.
you could,
okay.
yeah, you don't need me for a workshop. Yeah, you could have Shayla come
No,
on
we
in.
do need you for a workshop because
That was
you're
a
a
drop.
planner.
Oh, I'm-
You're our senior planner. Or no, you're our planning director. So we need you for that workshop, don't we?
Oh,
You're our planning director?
Oh, yeah, just getting late, isn't it?
We can watch the video.
Because
Well, we can have our senior planner here
You-
and have a
yeah,
discussion.
you could have Crystal and you could have John. I think John Isidore is the key lynch. We have to, he said he was going somewhere in September. Do we know when? The dates?
For 2 weeks.
No.
He didn't say the dates though.
It doesn't matter. We can't bypass stuff because of this. We can have Joseph help us with it. We'll have Crystal here, and
It's gonna be a policy. It's a matter of our, this is policy. This is
right.
all
That's
it's gonna
why I'm
be.
saying that we
It's gonna
can
be, do
probably
you-
talk about
Do you
this
believe
without-
that, people digging wells is a good idea or not? Period. That's what it is.
We told people we couldn't provide them water as a city, but we would have been stupid to tell them they can't build houses because that's how we get our tax revenue in a city.
I know.
So we said, you're perfectly legal to drill wells because it's been perfectly legal to drill wells since the 1800s in Port Orford.
Well, but then the problem is we've foregone a whole bunch of city revenue that has to go to pay for our water system that everybody benefits from. So if we let all these people, including people who are putting in $1 million houses because they want to get a cheaper water bill, not hook up, then it's all on the backs of everyone else. That's
Then
not
do
very
we really
fair.
have a moratorium? Do we really have a moratorium?
I've
We
heard
have
it's a
curtailment.
Do
We have
we really
curtailment.
have a curtailment?
Do we have any other considerations is the
Yes,
big
I do have
question.
some other considerations.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So that was the thing about workshops and wells. So I still don't know. I guess we are having the well workshop, just to clarify.
Yep, on the 14th.
Without John Huddle. Okay.
I liked her idea about setting 3 workshops for the next 3 months.
That's why I was hoping that she could send her 5 priorities to John, and then he can send it out to us, and we'll be able to determine what the top 3 priorities are, and then we can.
Can other counselors have priorities?
Don't we do that every year that we do?
Oh,
our-
I thought it was based off of our
Goal
priority.
setting.
I thought it was based off the priority list that the council had made. I'm sorry.
I just threw out some, but I could go back and look at the priority list that we had. I think we had a bunch of topics, and I can just take them from our priority list. I think the water communication one is one that's come up recently because of the thing that I would just also like to. I would just like to recognize that Carolyn Clancy recently died. And she was a city councilor here for, I don't remember how many years. I know she served with several of you. And she was a real character in the true sense of the Port Orford word. And I really appreciated her standing up for the citizens of Port Orford in many ways, and didn't always agree with everything she had to say, but I agreed with a lot of them. And mostly I just appreciated her representing citizens of Port Orford. So I just wanted to recognize her contributions as a counselor.
Absolutely. I miss her fiscal mindedness.
We should, I think, when there's these types of passings, we should find time at the beginning of our meetings to give a moment of silence.
And I think we should probably do that next meeting.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll never, that was like my
one
favorite
of a kind.
meeting ever when they brought in the greasy
I've been thinking about it.
sewer water. It's like, no, Carolyn, you can't taste it. No, that'll be fine. No, you really can't.
Yeah, I was.
Gosh, she wasn't.
Okay, did you
That's
have
it.
some more?
No, that's it.
Perry.
That's all. I just wanted to know if we were going to schedule 3 workshops.
So, yes, but we know that we have the water workshop on the 14th, so we'll get that list out and maybe we can, at least it'll help us dictate, but it doesn't matter. There's always more things falling out of the sky.
I think
So that's
you
why
choose
it's good to
one.
have a schedule.
I think you choose one thing and you have 3 of them in a row and you get it done. That's just what I think. I'm not, my capacity probably.
Okay.
Huh.
Any other considerations?
Right, you just get scattered and.
Bang that gavel, man.
Oh.
There you go.
That was loud.
That was
Oh, Joseph
unnecessary.
had something to say.
Oh, Joseph.
So you didn't technically adjourn the meeting? You just banged the gavel? You didn't say
I adjourned the meeting at close to 11 or 10. I don't know. Yeah,
It's
then.
4:10.
No, it's only. You're the recorder. Record what time we close. No, I know. I just kidding.
Oh, my goodness. Is it after 10 o'clock?
No, it's not.
No, gosh, not even close.
5 minutes to get, now my whole family.
I would love to encourage you to do it.
You want to do it? Thank you.
If the mouse wants to work.
Gary, I need to have an agreement with the organization and there's none. So